Another round of applause for John. I think, it takes quite some, courage, innovation, and creativity to be someone like John Mahasi, who is actually a colleague scholar who was a lecturer in this university a few years ago, and then decided to jump into the deep end, going into consultancy. And as you know, people who have been in consultancy work or running civil society organizations or things like those, it's very easy to tender your resignation at a university or an organization, but where you're going to get your salary 6 months down the line. It can start all well with a big contract, and then as you know, in consultancy, things can dry out. So I think, but he has shown the pathway is cut, the way forward for those of us who might want to go beyond the university walls and the lecture rooms and attempt other creative ways of knowledge production and of being effective. I just wanted to mention very quickly that we've had a couple of challenges this morning because suddenly, as John has alluded, the minister in charge of interior affairs in this country declared a public holiday suddenly. I will have reached out, if I knew, I'll have reached out to say, no, look, we have international guests. We have been planning this conference for 6 months. You cannot do this to us. We are equally, citizens of this country and of the world. But I think it is beyond us, and we have to just make do with the fact that we'll proceed with a couple of our Kenyan colleagues perhaps not joining. I've just received, for example, a call from the Minister of Information and Communication, Professor Edward Kisiangani, who had agreed actually to come last minute. He cancelled. We have Ambassador Paul Ndungu, Foreign Service Academy. He's agreed to come. He has also cancelled. We have Professor Patrick Maluki, who is not only chairman of the Department of International Studies at University of Nairobi, but also chairman of Council of Foreign Service Academy. They all have to be at the swearing-in ceremony. So you'll bear with us on that. Number two is that as we go into day 2, which is our final day, we are saying this conference is not just a talking shop. It's the inaugural conference, and we intend to host the next one next year. In fact, let me just mention in passing that the government of Namibia and Namibia University of Science and Technology have shown great interest in hosting the next one. But subject to discussion and confirmation. And so the critical thing that we have to do today, apart from everything else, is to come up with recommendations that then give us the mandate, the justification to reach out to multiple partners, to grow the partnership beyond what we have today, and start planning early. Address some of the challenges we've had in this inaugural one, make it better for next year. So as we discuss today, let's have that in mind. I think very lastly, we will be also discussing the knowledge production aspect of this conference. We intend to go into book publishing, journal articles, thought leadership articles, and so forth, now that we've launched officially, and we've discussed many of the ideas. We'll be undertaking that, and those will be discussed. But at this point, without further ado, let me invite Professor Gilbert Kadiagala, who is Professor Emeritus in the International Relations Department at the University of Witwatersrand. I am currently director of the African Center for the Study of the US. He was the inaugural director. We share a lot because he also happens to be Kenyan living in South Africa, like myself. And I think Professor Gilbert Kadiagala holds a PhD from Johns Hopkins University in the US. He also a master's from Canada and a bachelor's from University of Nairobi. He is greatly published. He's actually a living legend, but he's very humble. You will never know that. When people get to meet Professor Kadiagala, they are like, oh, is it him? The one that we've read about, the one who's been a leading figure, particularly in peace and security studies on the continent. So without further ado, welcome Professor Kadiagala, and a round of applause to him.
Thank you, Bob, and you've been very kind in your introduction. Colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really excited to be here and to have obtained the invitation to speak to the topic on African agency, but focusing specifically on the African Union. I appreciate the invitation from Bob and the AXUS team that is here. I think as Bob has mentioned, I was director of AXUS, the founding director, from 2018 until last year. And I was happy to leave the big mantle to Bob, and they are doing an excellent job. The subject of my presentation is the AU's external relations architecture and mechanisms, fit for purpose or due for rethinking. And this is, I think, a very inviting topic, in large part because it speaks to an area that has always formed a larger part of my research, which is the issue of what is Africa's position in the world? What is Africa's contribution to global politics? But it also stems from my conviction that in fact you cannot have African voices globally unless we are organized, unless we are confident about ourselves, unless we are competent. And I'll keep coming back to the issue around African agency as essentially a question of the search for competence and dignity to be effective players globally. In answering the question, therefore, how has Africa positioned itself to play this role globally? Most of my research has focused on the nature of African institutions. And we had this yesterday, whether we're talking about regional economic institutions or continental institutions, such as the AU. Africa is more confident when it is, in fact, organized around continental and sub-regional institutions. And also this stems from the point that alone we cannot do it. So the issue around collective efforts, collective energies is very central to our larger discussion of agency. So I've always believed that collective action and integration should be, in fact, the starting point for Africa's interaction with external actors. Bob gave me the subtitle of my presentation, AU's external mechanisms fit for purpose, or do they, in fact, need rethinking? I like that question because it recalls Paul Kagame's report in 2017 on AU reforms, where he was speaking about the same question, asking, is the AU fit for purpose since its creation? This year, Kagame made a presentation at the African Union where he was addressing that question. And I'll ask everybody to read it because he said, yes, the AU is now fit for purpose. And he goes at length to explain what he thinks are really the good things that have happened since he raised the question. So today I've been challenged, in fact, to respond to that question, but through the lens of African partnerships. Are they fit for purpose? or do they need rethinking? So I like that question because it revisits, as I said, Kagame's problem earlier. So my presentation is a very small part of a larger project that I'm actually doing for Bob and Access. So I thought the best way to save some time is essentially to look at some of what I call the big themes that inform my discussion on AU partnerships, or essentially African partnerships with the globe. So the way I've divided the discussion is looking, first of all, focusing on what are these existing partnerships that Africa or the African Union have had with the rest of the world? What is the problem, and what are the strength of these partnerships? So I thought I'll just speak very quickly so that I get rid of that issue about what I'm talking about. But I'll also briefly discuss the issue around the expectations of African agency at the moment when we are creating the AU, early 2000s. What were the framers of the African Union? What I call the Renaissance Club. What did they expect of this big notion of agency? How was it going, in fact, to be articulated? So I'll speak a little bit about that. And then what I thought I would do in the conclusion is simply to give you a typology of what I'm calling useful and not so useful partnerships. And then we can build from that typology to say where are we going wrong and what should we be doing better. What then are these existing partnerships? It's important to recall that since its formation in 2002, let's just say 2000, the African Union has committed to broadening its external reach in bids to enhance Africa's global leverage and stature. So it's a very noble goal. We are creating a new institution that is going to allow us to broaden our global reach and stature. And this vision is captured in 2013 when the AU comes up to articulate the Agenda 2063. And Agenda 2063 is very, very, very clear on partnerships. It says we need an Africa that is playing a creative and a dynamic role in international affairs as part of this new renewal for Africa's engagement with the rest of the world. So more vital, I think, the AU predicates the desire to diversify its global linkages on Africa's long-standing aspiration to reduce Africa's overexposure to external competition. And this is what we did in the 60s. We need to expand our links with the rest of the world, but we have to be careful that we are not overexposed to global competition. But at the same time, we need to expand our global partnerships because we need to accrue resources for security and prosperity. So those two elements still remain really the drivers of partnerships. You want to do much in order to get as more resources from the global community without overexposing yourself. Therefore, in the quest for that objective of resources and the fear of entanglement in global competition, the AU has encouraged boosting long-standing cooperation with traditional powers. And the partnerships you see, the AU-EU partnerships coming up in 2000 when the EU says, no, we need new relationships with Africa. what are these relations going to be? We have to acknowledge the leadership of the African Union as we go forward. And then, of course, you have what was discussed quite a lot yesterday on the Forum for Africa and China FOCAC. Then we have the Franco-African summits, a little bit of a discussion yesterday on TICAD, the Tokyo International Conference on Africa. In more recent years, we see the AU initiating new cooperative frameworks with some of the emerging powers through summits such as Africa-India, Africa-Italy, Africa-Turkey, Africa-South Korea, Africa-Saudi Arabia, Africa-Russia. These are the summits that constitute what we are now going to call the search for a new partnership. There is also an anticipation that we are going to have Africa going into partnerships with bigger blocs like Asia, like Latin America. I remember before Hugo Chavez died, they organized a meeting in Venezuela where they were trying to say, we need to begin to talk about a larger Africa, Latin America, and I was invited to that meeting. And it was not very clear who the drivers were, except for Hugo Chavez and the Nigerians. So a search for bigger frameworks around blocs. As we can tell from the numbers of these partnerships, what I want to emphasize here, these partnerships are proliferating. And proliferation is not a good word. In fact, proliferation speaks to what I'm calling the frantic search for partnerships. We are all over the place. We are determined to put Africa on the global map through these kinds of arrangement. And I'm saying on one hand that that's not a bad agenda. However, despite this frantic search for allies over the past 2 decades, there are very serious debates about the efficacy of this policy in deepening African agency in global affairs. So the questions that frame my discussion or my entry into these debates is one, to what extent have these multiple partnerships contributed to contributing effective African voices globally? There are many, they are ongoing, but I don't really know whether in fact they do contribute to African agency. Does the proliferation of partnerships hamper or hinder African effective positions in core global issues? Does Africa's perennial invitations and participation in these summits add value to African development and even security? So we have to quibble, we have to question the value of these partnerships, particularly as they proliferate. So here is my argument. And the argument simply says, these partnerships have had a very mixed record of enhancement of Africa's agency. These questions, therefore, constitute the gist of my analysis of Africa's external relations and architecture, particularly the issue of the premises, the promises, and the pitfalls of these partnerships. And this is something we need to interrogate. The good news is the global shift towards multilateralism, multipolarity has in fact certainly improved AU and Africa's room for maneuver among bigger players. So the argument I'm making here is that Africa's agency or potential agency has been boosted in the circumstances of its increasing attractiveness to both major and emerging powers. Africa, in fact, is one of the main beneficiaries of multipolarity because the more the world becomes multipolar, the more Africa can inject its voices within that bigger global, changing global world. However, I also argue that the choice, the content, and the purpose of partnerships matters significantly for a continent that has always looked outside for all its solutions. So we've never really departed from that dynamic that we are trying to run away from the 60s, that we are looking at partners. We are searching for partners. And that, I think, is my main point here, that we are distracted from doing other things that I'll look at. So 60 years since the momentous process of decolonization, Africa, and particularly its leading continental institutions, need to be strategic in the choice of partnerships. They need to be very clear in delineating who our friends are and what these friends can be doing for us. And I don't see that kind of discussion in the summits that we keep being invited to. We go there without a very clear objective. What would that mean, therefore, in the choice, in the strategic choice of partnerships? I think my point is that it would entail more selectivity in the choice of partners. If we thought more strategically, we would be more strategic, we would be more selective. We would have partnerships defined very clearly with objectives that are set. Rather than, I think, the current setup, the current trajectory of haphazard and multi-purpose partnerships. So that's the critique of what I see as a process that is running without a very specific agenda, without tangible outcomes. Related to that argument, therefore, is my point that Africa needs a moratorium on partnerships. And the AU, in fact, needs to pronounce itself on the issue, how many are we going to have? How beneficial are these partnerships? That's why I'm arguing that we need a moratorium. Furthermore, the most important partnerships Africa has is the partnerships with itself, is the partnerships with its people, is the partnerships with its own institutions, before we start running out and looking for those partners. So if there has to be any rethinking of our African partnerships, it has to be, Bob, in the direction of internal African partnerships at two levels. And this is not a new story. The first level is rationalizing and strengthening regional economic institutions. We haven't done a good job. These are just shells. They don't have life in them. And we have to say, we need to be serious about strengthening our regional economic institutions. Rationalization would also mean We are getting rid of some of them. There are too many. I've always argued, in fact, Savala, my friend, when talking about IGAD many years ago, and I was saying, this is an institution that needs to be abolished. What is it doing? The kind of work it's doing should be left to NGOs. And then you have a bigger East African community. And then we have institutions such as CENSAD that Muammar Gaddafi created. And this is also another shell, and is recognized by the African Union as a REC, a regional economic community. So this can't go on. The rationalization and the strengthening of these institutions, they should be helped, in fact, to do their work much better. The second level of rethinking our partnerships is to simply say, we need to strengthen the capacity of the African Union to do its job better. An AU that is funded by African taxpayers more than our partners. And this has to be, we have to keep repeating this message, that if we don't fund our institutions, we cannot invest in these institutions if we can't fund them. Our African taxpayers have that obligation. If they're important institutions, they have to be funded by us. So we need a more functional AU that should be accompanied by putting more energies and resources in comprehensive continental institutions. And we know what these are. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the only game in town now that combines the issue of trade, integration, but also that long term is going to lead to what you are going to call the rationalization of RECs. When we have an African Continental Free Trade Area, then we don't need the East African Community. We don't need SADC, but that is down the road. So the point I'm making here is that we need to begin to focus on what is going to be better for us in future. And that, to me, is a big point. And then at the global level, I'm not ruling out partnerships. You recall in the 60s and 70s, African countries participated very effectively in global affairs by working with like-minded states. You remember the debates in the 70s and the 60s about the new international order. How did that come about? It came about because of Africans working with an unaligned movement. And I think that's a big partner that we should be focusing on. It's more important to focus on non-alignment than what is the so-called global south, because it doesn't make sense. I mean, you have countries like China talking about being members of the global south, and they're not. So we need to be very choosy in our external partners. And so that's why I recommend that we need to begin to talk more clearly about the non-aligned movement as our new partners, or our old and revisited partner. Quickly, the discussion yesterday on African agency was excellent. We focused quite a bit on what it means from the very first session on the question of agency as, our ability to exert strength and build allies and so on. What I want to talk about here in the context of what I've just said is we are ignoring the African component of agency, which will then build up on my case. And the African agency, domestic context of African agency simply says, agency is the capacity of African actors to negotiate and bargain with themselves. Before we begin running to the next FOCAC summit, our agency should be expressed in our ability to have frank discussions about our own our own agency, to work with each other, to talk about where do we go from here before we begin to bargain with the external actors. So what that means is essentially that African agency entails building indigenous African initiatives to improve socioeconomic well-being and to project a posture of power and self-confidence. I think, as I said from the beginning, in international relations, you have to be confident as an actor, but you can't do that when your agency is essentially shoestring. So that's why we need to speak to each other more frankly about what is the nature of our institutions. To be effective actors, we need leadership. This is a question of institutions, and it will save us from this quagmire of 54 African countries going to Beijing every other time. And the Chinese are like, what do you really want here? What is the African voice? I mean, we like the fact that we can talk to the Kenyans and whatever, but the FOCAC framework likes the African vision. And I'm saying, therefore, that it lacks the African leadership and the institutional framework. Why is this important? It is important because in the early 2000s, the visionaries of the African Union were very clear about how they wanted us to define agency. The Mbekis, the Abdoulaye Wade, and all these, what I call the Renaissance Club, they were tremendously optimistic about African agency following the formation of the AU and its very wide-ranging institutions and the normative frameworks in the early 90s, early 2000. African peer review mechanism, NEPAD, a new partnership for African development. These were institutions that essentially spoke to African agency. We need institutions that are going to tie our hands, that are going to make us govern ourselves better, and they are going to make us role models so that even if the Chileans want to have a partnership with us, there is something we are selling to the Chileans or the Argentinians. We are confident about ourselves. We know how to govern ourselves and so on. These leaders, therefore, mobilized organizational and diplomatic resources for continental renewal, because continental renewal to them was the stepping stone for agency. That means how then do you engage with the rest of the world? The other thing they insisted on, and it still remains a dream, and we should work at it, is the issue of equal partnerships. If you look at the Africa-EU debates, I'm almost done, Bob. The issue was, how do we forge better and equal partnerships? It still remains a dream, but what is preventing us from actually getting that agency that I'm talking about? I just want to mention two things here. One, in 2006, the African Union came up with what is called a Banjul formula. What the Banjul formula said, African countries going to forge international partners would have to go as one. And they actually signed up to that. And the Banjul formula simply said, we don't want you to bring your bilateral agendas when we go to Beijing or Washington. We want you to have an African framework that we can present to Washington. So what they are trying to do is to give the AU Commission more power to speak on behalf of Africa. A year after that, in 2017, Paul Kagame again in the AU reforms, he said, we don't want 54 countries in Beijing. We only want the AU chair the current, the AU commissioner, the current chair of the AU, the future chair of the AU. Let's just get 4 people to Beijing, to these big summits, not 54. That was trying to, again, galvanize African agency around what do we actually need to be doing. But you can tell from the current situation, therefore, we have not succeeded in getting any African voice. So my complaint, therefore, except for the G20, the anticipated G20 this year when the African Union is going to go as a commission and a few other individuals, we haven't done that before. But this is what we've been promising ourselves since 2006. Let me end on what I call, what are the most useful partnerships? They should have some key ingredients. One is the inclusion of the African Union. There are a lot of these partnerships that don't even speak about the African Union. The African Union is simply what? An afterthought. The EU did it very well. In 2000, they said, we have to rename our relationship with Europe to African Union, EU relationships. And it's more institutionalized, speaking to the fact that we need to work towards an African voice. For Kirk summits, AU has been acknowledged as a co-partner, but not substantively. So it's still a work in progress. The second typology is how much are civil societies and professional organizations, and this came out very well in the discussion yesterday, how do we get more voices around these partnerships? And we need them at the table, but I think yesterday's point was we need them as monitors of these pledges that these countries make. So it's important that we have the broader participation of other actors. TICAD speaks to the issue. Paul, you talked about it at some point. Who else is at the table? Is it just the Chinese? Is the African Development Bank at the table? Because we need African institutions in these partnerships. And so the TICAD model is that you have African Development Bank, ECA coming and negotiating with the Chinese. And so it's quite a good model. The last part, who pays? Who pays for these African leaders to go to these summits? Are they paying for it, or is it the Chinese just dishing out dollars so that these guys can attend Beijing meetings? If they have the time to attend the real meetings, they are not shopping in Beijing. So the question is, how do we own our partnerships when we can actually pay for these partnerships? And I think it's an interesting area to research how responsible are we as we go out to the rest of the world. Because if they are paying for us to attend these summits, then we are in trouble. Finally, Bob, the non-useful summits, partnerships, I liken them to the one-night stands. You know, Italy, Africa, you have it once, it's not even well attended. You ask these guys, what were you doing in Rome? And then you never hear about it. Turkey, Africa, some communiques issued, but there is really no continuity. There's no substance to some of these summits. I'm sorry I've taken too much time, but I think I should stop here. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. I think another round of applause for him. I actually thought that among the non-useful summits was going to be included, he was going to include the Africa-US summit. Yeah, because one happened in 2014, another one 2022, and we are not sure when the other one will be held. There's no indication of, at least the FOCAC ones, you know, they are triennial. TICAD, you know, they will happen on time. But, I say this coming from African Center for the Study of the US, I think Americans are unpredictable when it comes to summits. And this is saying the truth, knowing that I'm a man of truth. I think Kenyans know what we are talking about. The impeached deputy president was called, he called himself a truthful man. But without further ado, I would like to invite Ambassador Paul Ndungu. He is the Director General of the Foreign Service Academy. We really want to appreciate Ambassador Ndungu for making it today, even as it is a public holiday. So a round of applause to him. I'll just mention very quickly that Ambassador Ndungu's immediate former station was as High Commissioner to Mozambique. So we are very glad to have him. He's going to share a PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Ambassador Ndungu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you. Distinguished organizers, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, my name is Ambassador Paul Ndungu. I'm currently the Acting Director General for the Foreign Service Academy. And I'm also a doctoral student at the University of Nairobi. But I wish to begin my presentation with a disclaimer. I did not come here to, in any way, present Kenya's foreign policy, although obviously I, of course, comment on a few aspects of the same. I'm coming here to discuss, like all my other colleagues, to discuss issues to do with Africa and its positioning in the global arena. And my topic, as I was made to understand, was Kenya's role in global affairs. Please, let's move to the next slide. Yes, and my presentation will basically do a bit of background. I will contextualize Kenya's foreign policy. I talk about the global operating environment in which we find ourselves in. And then I ask a question, is there a role for Kenya in global affairs? And I look at our global engagements vis-a-vis our guiding principles. I look at the pillars of foreign policy as an anchor of our nation's pursuit. And then I look at the whole issue of championing institutional reforms, global institutional reforms. And then we conclude. Kenya's foreign policy since independence has been evolving. It has been evolving as expected with times, because we adjust ourselves or our policies or our pursuits and agenda to the global environment, but also to our aspirations, our desires, and our priorities. Let's move to the other slide, because I have to move fast. Our foreign policy has its roots in session paper number 10, 1965. Somebody will find it very strange that I talk about 1965, or even that session paper number 10. But the truth is, there is no way you will ever make good progress in the future unless you are able to draw from your history, because it is history which informs, your future. Now, throughout the various administrations, you had the Kenyatta one, the Kenyatta era, the Moi era, you had the Kibaki foreign policy has slowly been evolving. During the Cold War, of course, our foreign policy was really kind of affected by the realities of the Cold War. You had to be, you had to align yourself to where you thought that you better survived, where you drew, resources in terms of your markets, your sources of tourism, and so on and so forth, your sources of technology, and so on and so forth. But then during the Kibaki era, we started going capital base, the enormous agricultural potential that we have, and our geostrategic position, all those reflect in the kind of foreign policy priorities that we have on our agenda. Now, the external environment is equally critical. Kenya's international engagements are driven by the ever-changing political, economic, and environmental factors, and the important role played by regional and multilateral institutions in pursuit of our national interests. We have talked about COMESA. The speaker who came before me, as he was talking about the partnerships, I was smiling. And I'll tell you shortly why I was smiling. So you have the COMESA, the AU, the ESC, and all those other institutions that we work in. And above all, of course, the UN system and all the organs that are related to that. Let's move on, please. Now, I asked a question, is there a role for Kenya in the global environment? Is there a role for Kenya in the global space? And I want to present to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the global environment. And from there, then we are going to attempt to answer together whether indeed there's a role for Kenya. Now, I went to the UN website and I found a place where they had listed quite a number of global issues. And for me, they were very interesting. So, you see, they were listed under category. And, I was very, very surprised that the first category was Africa. Among the global issues, the categories, the first category was Africa. Okay? And Africa, the issues were poverty, disease, desertification, malnutrition, and regional conflict. And of course, they had their own directives which they are, or initiatives which they are expanding towards those issues. Now, the next issue was aging. The next category was aging. Not for Africa. Now, this aging is a global issue. So Africa itself is a global issue, according to the UN. So the next global issue, the next category of global issues is aging. Aging population, demographic transition, and then, of course, they have talked about the interventions, Vienna International Plan of Action on Aging, and others. Then the next category of issues was AIDS, HIV/AIDS. Okay? Then the next category of problems was atomic energy. We can move on and on, please. Then the next category was big data for sustainable development. And then the next category was child and youth safety online. These are global issues now. Then children. And then there was climate change down there. Let's move on, please. Then there was the issue somewhere there on decolonization. And then there was the issue of democracy. And then there you have another categorization on disarmament. Here we are moving a little bit slowly. On food, there was world hunger, sustainable agriculture, food security, safety, and food rights. And gender equality, there was women's rights and global feminism as issues. Then there was the whole issue of health, global health, and then there was issues of maternal health and extreme poverty. And then human rights violations. Now, you can move on and on. I think we have come to the end now. Then you had another category there for international law and justice, war crimes, discrimination, state corporate crime, and so on and so forth. And there are so many interventions. Now, if we can go back, my technical assistant, please, let's go back to the first issue of Africa. Please, let's go back to the first slide we began on these global issues. The slide which was Africa. Please go to Africa, where we had Africa. Move. Yeah, that one. Now, I want us to think and talk about Africa. And in Africa, we see, according to the UN, the issues, Africa itself is a category of a problem, all of its own. You didn't find Asia, you didn't find Latin America there, you didn't find the small islands which are fearing of sinking, because of, issues of global warming. But Africa is a problem according to the UN. And then, you have poverty, you have disease, you have desertification, malnutrition, and then regional conflict. And then there was the whole, in terms of initiatives, there was the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa. That's an initiative. And then there was the Africa Union, another initiative of the UN. Then there was the New Partnerships for Africa's Development, NEPAD, that is NEPAD, yeah? Another initiative, okay? By the UN. And then there was the United Nations African Union Mission in Darfur, okay? What this tells you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the world is not thinking enough about Africa. And you can say this without any shame, without any fear of contradiction. Because if these are if Africa itself is a problem, and the issues in that problem are listed as how many? Poverty, disease, desertification, malnutrition, and regional conflict. And those are the only issues, which are of concern to the UN, which make Africa a problem. And then when you look at the UN directives on how to deal with Africa, and also when you look at the kind of resource, because initiatives go with resources. The kind of resources which are directed to Africa, then it tells you that those resources are not adequate. They may look like they are doing a lot, but the resource base is small. Because the world, especially the funders, people who produce the money that is used to address global challenges, they have their own other interests. Now, and this is where Kenya comes in. And this is where the role of Kenya, like the role of any other African country, must be given priority. The initiatives that are undertaken at regional and international levels, those initiatives must be taken seriously. Why am I saying this? So I leave these challenges to show you something else. Please, let's move to the say that comes after this series of challenges. Yeah, that one there. Thank you. Now, you see, the summary of the most enduring global challenges can easily be listed as, first of all, food security, poverty and inequality, unemployment, climate change, financial exclusion, especially for Africa, issues of cybersecurity, and the whole area of internet governance. You have issues of gender equality, issues of unfair global trade and investment regimes. You have issue of political instability and conflict. And of course, you have the issue of challenges or concerns about the future of our health. The pandemics, and we are told that there are many, and they are coming. In fact, they are saying that COVID is, when the next epidemic comes, COVID will look like a child's play. Now, please, let's go back to that list. Now, when you are a country like Kenya, faced with these kind of challenges, it begins drawing for you a village to where the world is a global village. And then in that village, there is one polygamous family. And in that polygamous family, in that global village, now, there is now one household in that family that is faced with serious concerns about food security, serious concerns about family poverty, about the employment of the children of this one lady, issues to do with climate change. Then you have all manner of hurricanes, and you have floods and so on and so forth visiting you every year. You have issues of lack of finances. You can't access loans, and when you access them, then you pay 10 times more than a richer household. You have issues of gender equality, whereby your kids are being discriminated because of gender, and a family which is facing all these issues. Then the question will be, what do you do to lift yourself out of that? And talking is one thing that you have to do. You have to talk to your neighbors. You have to work on the unity of that polygamous families. So that instead of fighting, you are collaborating. And you have to begin initiatives whereby you even build partnerships with other families. For people who have not come from polygamous families, they may not understand this. I'm sorry. I'm talking about a polygamous family because that one, you may find that a man has like 5 wives and each one has about 8 or 7 children. And therefore, the family itself is like a village. So I'm talking about that household. So Kenya is that one small household which has to champion, to take leadership on issues which concern it. That's why we are concerned about climate change. That's why our president is today a regional champion on climate change. You have seen what has been happening here. You have seen what's happening in other parts of the world, in Latin America, where when hurricanes came, they hit America, America rebuilds very fast. When they come to South America, they crush everybody. We have a role to play to talk against financial exclusion. We have a role to play to champion discussion about cybersecurity. Because if you don't, we are going to be the people who suffer. Our economy is going to crash. The Friends of Sudan, was an experience we had the other day. So we have to champion engagements that help us to overcome these challenges. Therefore, Kenya has a role to play, first of all, within Africa, but also at international level. I'm told my time is up. And because I'm still here, I hope that we can engage further. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Welcome to. Yeah. Thank you again, Ambassador Ndungu. My job is a difficult one. If you have to tell Professor Emeritus and Ambassador that your time is up, you kind of have to humble yourself, rise and say, Ambassador, and hoping that Ambassador is not offended. And that the people who are speaking next are also not going to be like, you ate into our time. But I wanted us to entertain at least 1 or 2 questions because, of course, Ambassador's presentation will be available, as Prof has mentioned, is doing about an 8,000-word cited paper on his topic, which will be shared. But in addition to interacting with their work when it's available, maybe we can just have 1 question each, one for Prof, 1 for Ambassador, so there's some interaction. So if you have any question for Prof, you can raise your hand. Rosemary, yours is for both. Okay, then, and Kabaso. So those 2. Unfortunately, we can only entertain those 2 because the next session, they must be screaming. They're like, what's going on? Okay.
I'll start with Professor first. Your presentation about the Africa, on Africa partnership, Africa AU. And I wanted to ask about the kind of partnership that AU has been building, especially even the framework that they did, the white paper on 2063. Does it inform how Africa should go in future, or is just a paper? And with that, how is it also the intra-Africa free trade being recognized as a key pillar, or when it comes to trade and when it comes to partnership and collaboration within Africa? How will that help in line with your paper? And for Ambassador, it's very good, it's very good that you've actually gone and look at the pillars of UN and saying that actually Africa is goal number 1. But is it because they don't have proper information? Because being in that, having been in that area and in that role, so they don't know what Africa is all about, because when you ask the AU to explain what poverty is all about, they think that poverty is somebody who don't have is less than $1 a day. But within Africa, everyone is not less than $1 a day, even if it's the woman in the village. Is it the lack of amplifying our voices that has made the UN put Africa first? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. and Ambassador, for your wonderful presentations. Mine is a quick one for Prof. There are some arguments that one of the fundamental problems with the AU is that it's an organization based on membership just because you're on the continent, and it doesn't matter, you know, you can be faulty in many other areas, but because you're on the continent, you belong to the AU. So some people have proposed that there should be reforms to admit membership based on some sort of criteria similar to the EU. You are not just a member of the EU because you're on the European continent. What are your quick comments on that? And if there was such a criteria, what would it be based on? Thank you.
Thanks. I think I'll take this opportunity to also pose a question specifically to Ambassador Ndungu. What are some of the capacity building, training, aspects that can help us address these problems of misrepresentation, weaknesses, and so forth? I think not beyond even just the Foreign Service Academy, even in our universities and education institutions. We'll start with Prof. Kadiagala, and unfortunately I'll have to ask you to summarize.
No, thank you. I mean, those are excellent questions. I think the question on the 2063 agenda is a blueprint. We have to have blueprints that are going to help us shape our future. When the 2063 agenda was articulated, everybody was saying, what is new here? We've had the Lagos Plan of Action and all these other previous declarations and pronouncements. But I think there's a lot of work that went into the Agenda 2063, and it gives us at least a template to begin to look at where Africa should be going. And it's tied in also with your question on the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think it's a very big component that we have to work at, building the trading systems that are actually going to be owned by Africans. We're going to be a big trader with the rest of the world. And that's a big aspiration, but we should work at it. Because if we don't work at it, we are going to be in the same problems that we have today. On Kabaso's question, we don't want to be exclusionary. And I think that's the spirit of Pan-Africanism from the 50s, that we all have to get all African countries on board. So the AU is the epitome of Pan-Africanism because it represents all the African countries. However, what we decided in the 2000s, there was a way now to come up with new norms about how we govern ourselves. So you have like the Charter on Democracy, you have all these beautiful instruments that are going to help us strengthen that unity. So we are diverse, but we can try. And that's why you even have sanctions of states that change power through military coups. So that's a way to begin to think about how do we build norms that are going to make us one, and we are going to be in this same basket. So we are Africans because we have some principles that keep us together. It's still a work in progress, but I think the norms are there, and the African countries have signed up to them, and they are good things that are going to make us uniform in the long run, hopefully.
Thank you, Prof. My response will be very, very short for your question. It's not lack of information. It happens that whenever systems are stacked against you, you find that even your own children will start blaming you, maybe for your poverty or maybe for another problem. So the most important challenge for Africans when it comes to training is to train and prioritize issues of international negotiations. Because that's the only way you can be able to reverse a situation whereby you find a country which has the biggest amount of very precious resources is not enjoying the benefits of those resources. So diplomacy and the skills of negotiation, international negotiations, they are key. I'm not sure that I got her question proper. It was, thank you. But for training in diplomacy and especially in international negotiations is very, very critical for Africa to begin changing the way it approaches its issues. Thank you.
No, I think a round of applause to our speakers. You know, greatly appreciated. We've learned a lot, and there's a lot to build on. As we've kept repeating, this inaugural Amplifying African Strategic Action Conference is just the beginning, and we'll be drawing on your wealth of experience and in your networks as we build momentum towards the next event. But thank you very much. Yeah. So I think we now have to try and recover some time, but it's not as if we've lost it's not that we've lost time in a negative way. This was very critical and important conversations. But now we are going into breakaway sessions. I don't know why they are called breakaway sessions or parallel sessions. But that's the nomenclature in our practice here. But first, we have Dr. Kabaso Kabwe, who is moderating a session that will be in this room. And this session is African Agency from the perspective of treaties and negotiations, evidence from regional economic communities. In other words, there are colleagues here from the colleagues, scholars, researchers from the 5 regions of the continent who have done some initial work, and they want to share those. So those will remain here, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, and the next group is a topic that we have been skirting around, but which we might now, get into in more frontal ways, which is African Agency in International Relations and Diplomacy. I think we've been touching on matters IR diplomacy in some guises, but now we delve in, we jump in a more deliberate way. And this is Dr. Anne Maureen Sialo. Is she here? Okay, so Peter Mwenja, who is from the International Relations Society of Kenya, is going to moderate that session. And that session will be in the adjacent room, just right outside this auditorium. On your right, you will find the room for international relations and diplomacy. So I think at this point in time, those who are interested in matters to do with IR and diplomacy more broadly, you're welcome to follow Peter. I think he's rising. Just follow him. Wherever he goes, you go also. Yeah. And those who are interested in REX, in the Arab Maghreb Union, ECOWAS, ECAS, SADC, EAC, you can remain here. I know that sometimes when people are in their seats, they are very comfortable. They don't want to move an inch. But we also want some good distribution of people here and there. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. You need in the center? Really? Isn't that gender bias? Is that discriminatory? No. Okay. I don't know if we can start, please. It's a Moti, it feels like we just have one mic. Huh? Okay. Okay, good morning, colleagues. My name is Kabaso. Thank you once again for sitting in this session. Prof started us very well this morning with the speech on, strengthening the capacity of our regional bodies, not just the AU, but the regional organizations. And this panel picks up on that. As Africa, navigates an increasingly multipolar world, obviously our regional economic communities have a big role to play in that, in asserting African agency and going beyond just dealing in trade, but also promoting unity and development and ensuring that African interests are well projected in their interactions with various global powers. So with me today is a big panel, as you can see. These are researchers who've done empirical research on the various roles of the regional economic communities on the continent. ECOWAS, ESC, SADC, the Arab Maghreb Union, and the Economic Community for Central African States. So with me today, I'll just briefly introduce them. I have Professor Moti, Gabriel Moti, who's here right next to me. He's Professor of Public Sector Management and Governance at the University of Abuja, where he's also Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies. And then next to him is Prof. Niza Messari, who is a professor at Al Qawan University in Morocco. And next to me is Dr. Lotshwao, who is the head of department and a senior lecturer at University of Botswana in the Department of Politics. And next to him is Dr. Gabriel Nguijo, who is a researcher at the National Institute of Cartography and a lecturer at the Cameroonian Institute of Diplomatic Studies. And next to him is Mr. Romwad Achilles, who is a human rights lawyer and program manager at the East African Law Society. And Gabriel Akai, have I messed up the two names? Gabriel, oh, I'm sorry. So the next one is Gabriel Akaye and Romwad Achilles. Yeah, both of them are human rights lawyers, and they work at the East Africa Law Society, and they have done the research on the role of the East African community. So because these are case studies, I'll ask all the panelists to just speak to their research and their findings, and very briefly, I think I will allocate maybe 7 minutes to each one, and then we'll take some questions. I think I should start with the one who's right next to me here, Prof. Moti.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering how you managed to get all these angels together. Gabriel. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I'm talking on ECOWAS. For those who may not be very familiar, ECOWAS is in West Africa, formed in 1975, 15 countries altogether, 10 Francophone countries, and 5 Anglophone countries. You begin to see the differences already coming up. These countries have had interactions with the global powers even before colonization. Before a lot of them became independent about 60 years ago. This was in the area of trade, economic activities, but most importantly, the transportation of enslaved people to Europe and the Americas. And that has been a foundation. If you go to Kenya, you see Ghana, you see the relics. In Nigeria, Badagry, Senegal, you see the relics there. So we did research, looked at some data that has already been there and made some interviews at the ECOWAS Secretariat based in Abuja and some NGOs in Nigeria and outside the country. To understand what we did, we targeted 3 areas, which are the perspective of this ECOWAS: economic engagement, political engagement, and security. Those are the 3 essential issues within the West African region. And some of the powers prominent there are the EU, USA, France, China coming in strongly, and Russia. The USA mostly with security issues, China mostly with infrastructure, and the mode of engagement we discovered are mainly in 3 areas: bilateral agreements, multinational forums, which we have been discussing since we came, some regional summits that have been held. The Cotonou Agreement, African Peace Facility, that has to do with the US. AFRICOM also has to do with the US, the USAID. And recently, China, the FOCAC, and the BRI, which we have been talking about. So these are the instruments of engagement we found. One of the interesting things we also discovered in our research is the US, which had been a very prominent power in West Africa. There seems to be a decline in the US engagement with West Africa ECOWAS. I think they took it for granted that they are a superpower, and the security issues in West Africa have more or less overwhelmed them because that seemed to be their specialty, AFRICOM and the rest. For instance, when you had terrorism in the Sahel, in Nigeria, the US more or less was not steady in coming with what ECOWAS needed. And gradually, these countries started looking elsewhere. So what you find today is a declining, to the extent that Niger could tell the US to pull out from the military base they had, which they unfortunately have to do. And then many of the West African countries have discovered that the international bodies relating to the EU and mainly backed by the US, IMF, the World Bank, have had policies that have not helped our economies. And one of the issues we're looking at is economic prosperity of West Africa. So they felt, well, the US is not doing any good to us to promote our economic survival. One of the other issues we found is that ECOWAS themselves, itself rather, has little influence in this type of regional engagement. Because what we found is that it only coordinates regional responses to issues of political instability, and that is not enough. It has not done much. Because recently, when you found that a lot of 3 or 5 of the countries went military, that's democratic backsliding, ECOWAS was not able to respond and bring them back, to the extent that today you are having an alliance of Sahel states who are being prodded by Russia to say that, look, military rule is good for you, liberate yourself from the French hegemony and stand on your own. Democracy is not working for you, the military is working. And West Africa has been one of the regions that have had the highest number of coups in Africa. And to perpetuate this against democratic principles of ECOWAS and the AU is a problem. So we find that. Again, ECOWAS benefits a little in terms of maybe capacity building initiatives that come from some of this engagement. But we also found that dependence on external aid has limited policy independence and the prosperity of ECOWAS. The challenges are the usual culprits we can find. Differences in public interest, power inequality, social and philosophical differences are there, limited resources, which has been highlighted in many of the talks we found, political uncertainty, conflict, terrorism. It's very strong in the West African regions. But we also found out that there are opportunities for engagement in ECOWAS. For instance, for the USA, AGOA is still strong, and now we have the African AFTA, which very good cooperation with the US can help. We have also found that issues of geopolitics, climate change, debt default, because a lot of the countries in West Africa are indebted to the IMF and other financial institutions. There is this problem of the pariah in the Sahel, the three countries we're talking about, the energy transition and so on and so forth. So these are opportunities for future engagement. But what is the way forward? We were thinking, is it possible that ECOWAS can focus on the pressure points? Can it adopt the principle of collaboration, that is self-interest? Can it look inward for funding some of the initiatives? Can it grow its SMEs so as to build capacity for people to grow themselves? So basically what we have found out that although the interaction seems to be driven by aspiration to thrive economically, socially, and politically, recognizing that isolation is not the issue in international relations. What basically is the bottom line is that it has not had the best in terms of this global interaction. It seems to be skewed towards the global powers. And this is one thing the regional body has to sit down, think about, and bring out some initiatives to have more partnership rather than what is happening today in West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We'll take questions at the end. Please just jot them down. So I'll move to Prof. Niza Mesari, just 5 minutes, key highlights, and then hopefully we can have an interactive discussion.
I have my cell phone in my hand, so I'll try to stick to the 5 minutes. Okay. We're speaking about when we speak about the Maghreb Arab Union, we're speaking about an organization that has been dormant for the last 30 years. Dormant but not dead, but it is a dormant organization. No meetings of the heads of state or of any other instance for the last 30 years. But a new Secretary General was appointed last June. I didn't manage to talk to this person because this person does not want still to interact with scholars and journalists. This person is very cautious in their interaction with the external world because they want to deal with the stakeholders at the Maghreb Arab Union before making any big decisions. So this is a very strange organization, dormant but not dead, and this is what we are talking about. Dormant but not dead for one main reason, and that is the rivalry between Algeria and Morocco. This rivalry has been a major handicap in the relationships within the Maghreb Arab Union and in the relationship of the Maghreb Arab Union with the rest of the world. So when we have a state that is somehow close to Morocco, that state makes a point on keeping doors open and bridges open with Algeria, and vice versa. When a state or an organization is closer to Algeria, that state also makes a point on keeping doors open and bridges open with Morocco. So the countries among themselves and the rest of the world keep trying to balance their relations between these two regional rival powers, if I may, but even though power does not really apply to these two states. And this rivalry has been a handicap, as I said, in the relationship of the region with the rest of the world. What are the big powers with which the region has been in relation with? I would say that up until the last 20 years, France was the big other. France was the big partner. For good or bad, France was extremely present in the region. This has changed since the end of the Cold War and after the US became the only remaining superpower. This started to change. The US acquired more influence, so much so that when former President Trump recognized that the Morocco's sovereignty on the Sahara, Algeria did not seek any to challenge strongly the Trumpian decision, but when Macron, the French president, somehow recognized Morocco's sovereignty on the Sahara, Algeria called back its ambassador in Paris, and so France has been losing progressively its influence in the region, has its prestige in the region, as we see it in other regions of Africa also. So the US has been rising, but the US has been, we can see also an increase in competition from China. The Chinese presence in the region is important. Economically, more than anything else, it's an economic presence. China does not want to interfere politically, as they tell all of us in Africa, but economically, China has had a very strong relationship with Algeria and has been increasingly present in Morocco. One of the issues, for instance, are these cars, electric cars, so the huge taxes imposed by the European Union and the US on Chinese cars, electric cars, have pushed the Chinese companies to open plants in Morocco, because Morocco has a free trade agreement with both the European Union and the US and Morocco, so these companies can export to these two markets. So China has been present. So in the paper, and just before I finish my few words, in the paper I distinguish between powers, external powers that have an economic and political interest in the region, and from powers that have an exclusively economic interest and powers that have basically a military and political interest in the region. Turkey is the last one, Turkey and the UAE. Turkey and the UAE have had this presence mainly in Libya, but both of them also competed in Tunisia and in Morocco after the so-called Arab Spring because of the rise of Islamism in the region, and both of them were supporting different sides. So Turkey and the UAE started to play an unpredicted, surprising, but a significant role, political and in Libya, military role in the region. The others, for economic interest in the region, I would say that it's China, essentially, India, South Korea, and Japan. These have essentially an economic interest in the region. Political and economic interest, the US, the EU, and some of its southern member states, France, Spain, mainly France and Spain. So I would stop my remarks here and open for questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll move to Dr. Lotchao from representing SADC.
Thank you, Kabaso. Good morning, everyone. I will start off my presentation by actually talking about the elephant in the room. Since yesterday, I think we have been avoiding to talk about the concept of the state. You know, a regional organization comprised of states. If you talk about SADC, you are talking about a grouping of states in Southern Africa. There are 16 of them at the moment. But let us look at the nature of the African state. Is the African state designed to serve common good? Is the African state designed to drive development? Or the African state is the same state that was designed during colonialism to advance the interests of those in power? My argument would be that the African state has not transformed. It is still the same type of state that serves primarily to drive the interest of those in power. And then when that happens, it means that the region or the states, they remain economically weak because the idea or the main driving force is not necessarily to develop and accumulate wealth for the benefit of everyone, but instead for the benefit of a few. That results in a situation where you have a regional organization which comprises of weak countries. In the morning, there was talk about African regional organizations as being empty shells. Why are they empty shells? Why are they not able to pay their membership fees such that they become dependent on outside actors, the collaborating partners? I think those are the questions that we have to talk about. Now, when you talk about SADC, as I said, it comprises of 16 countries. SADC is a successor organization of an organization that was formed in 1980 for purposes of mobilizing development assistance so that the region can reduce its dependence on apartheid South Africa. The organization was transformed in 1992 at the end of the Cold War, focusing now on what they call deeper integration, which focuses on economic growth, alleviation of poverty, promotion of peace and stability, and the like. But what has happened is that SADC, just like its predecessor, it operates more like, I would say, a transmission belt, whereby the leaders actually just use the organization to extract and negotiate with the partners for purposes of funding the projects that the organization would have identified. And those projects are in the areas of governance, infrastructure, peace and security. But the reality is that because SADC member states are economically weak, SADC is also weak economically. And when SADC engages with international collaborating partners to get development assistance and the like, it negotiates not as an equal partner, but as a junior partner, because of the fact that it has a weak economic muscle compared to the global powers that it does business with, which, by the way, have their own interests, which are primary in the interactions between them and SADC. Now, at the moment, SADC is also pursuing what I would say a neoliberal agenda, which is driven from outside by the global partners. You look at the trade agreements, they're a good thing. But the trade agreements are not necessarily designed to drive economic growth, industrialization for the purpose of generating wealth for the region. But most of them, if you take the Lome Convention and the Cotonou, its successor, they are more or less designed to actually continue resource extraction that has been there during colonial times, because there isn't much effort to actually drive industrialization so that the region, so that SADC can actually engage in trade with these partners on goods and commodities that are finished products. Instead, all these powers, what they seem to be interested in is just the extraction of natural resources to their capitals, where they are processed. Of course, we know who benefits more than the other at the end. So to conclude my presentation, I would advise or argue that, the African voice is not going to be amplified until we also focus on the nature of the African state, so that the African state, which is the building block of the regional economic organizations, is an entity that serves common good, not the interests of those in power. If we remain with states that serve the interests of those in power, regional economic organizations are also going to be the same, because those are nothing but just a grouping of states. And I don't know how I'm doing with time, but with those few remarks, I wish to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doc. I'll move to Dr. Ngwijo. He'll be speaking on the role of ECAS and its engagement with the global powers.
Thank you very much. What I can say about ECAS is that it is an organization that is found in Central Africa, that was formed in 1983, made up of 11 countries, among which 8 are French-speaking, and others like Angola are Portuguese-speaking, Equatorial Guinea, Spanish-speaking, and so ECAS has been dormant for since its creation in 1983. That has made some of its countries, member countries like Cameroon, anyway, 6 member countries, to create another institution, organization called CEMAC in 1984. Because in terms of economic integration, ECAS has been very dormant. So these 6 ECAS members has decided to create another organization to challenge or to promote their economic integration and better cooperate with international powers. But in order to align with the African Union 2063 agenda, the 2019 year has been very determinant for ECAS country, or ECAS, that has decided to revise its founding treaty. So in 2019, ECAS has decided to revise its founding treaty and included a certain number of prerogatives, decided to revise its security cooperation protocol, the protocol that founded COPAX, and decided to rationalize the 2 institutions. So since 2019, there are negotiations that have been going on between CEMAC and ECAS to form one institution in order to better promote and speak with one voice in the international scene. So these negotiations are still going on, and ECAS has been facing many challenges in order to attend these negotiations, because there are internal challenges and external challenges. Internal challenges, we have political instability. There are certain countries in the region that face political instability, like Central Africa, Gabon with the recent coup d'etat, and the DRC Congo. So we also have this overlapping institutional partnership, because some of the member countries of CEMAC are members of other economic communities like COMESA, SADC, and others. So this institutional disparity renders its CEMAC, ECAS institution very difficult to speak in one voice and to negotiate in international, in the global scene. So, since ECAS anyway have started negotiating with not only states, global powers, but also institutions. In last year, in 2023, ECAS has signed a memorandum of understanding with Russia. This has not been done before, and but there's not direct, agreement with other global powers. These agreements or negotiations are being done through the forums, the different forums, America, Africa forums, China, Africa forums, France, Africa forums. So directly, ECAS is not negotiating with these global powers. Whereas with the main institution that operates in Central Africa, that is the European Union, ECAS has been negotiating the economic partnership agreement since 2013, but yet this partnership agreement has not yet come to a serious conclusion, because ECAS, since 2000, as I said, 2019, want to align to the African Union agenda. But the institution, these problems, these internal and external problems, don't. So some of the recommendations I can raise here are that, first of all, ECAS and CEMAC should conclude these negotiations to rationalize and create one institution. ECAS should participate in these different forums in one voice, because in these different negotiation forums, you see that ECAS will participate, CEMAC will participate, and the different member states will participate. Cameroon will sign an agreement with Russia, France, China. ECAS will sign an agreement with Russia, negotiate with China, negotiate with America, etc. and etc. This poses a serious problem of ECAS talking with one voice and promoting, the African agency efficiently. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kabaso and esteemed panelists. It's quite important that we are having this discussion at a time when Eastern Africa is having tremendous activities that are being influenced by global powers. For instance, 2 weeks ago, in a very surprise move, Uganda joined the BRICS, making it the first country in Eastern Africa to join that alliance for trade and investment reasons. So Eastern Africa comprises of 8 partner states, and it has a long history, partly sad, but then successes thereafter. It was formed in 1967, died in 1977 due to an array of reasons that included political reasons, but the key factor was the rise of Idi Amin Dada in Uganda and consequent conflict between the heads of state. And then again, conversations happened in the late 1990s, and we saw a new East Africa community coming into place in the year 2000, and it's since achieved quite a lot, and it comes now to focus on regional economic integration, and its theme is One People, One Destiny, and it's really tried so hard to keep up with that theme, and to this point that the African Development Bank in 2014 recognized it as, one of the regional economic blocs with the best integration ideals. So in about our organization briefly, we come from the East Africa Law Society, both I and my learned brother, and we are the Regional Bar Association of Eastern Africa, and we are one of the 2 organizations that have an observer status to monitor activities within East Africa community. So this observer status enabled us to to ably execute this research. And we were looking at interactions between East Africa community and partner states with global powers, and how it influences development and politics within the region. So in our findings, we found that we do have global powers, China, Russia, Germany, USA, Japan, and some few instances of India collaborating with some partner states on business within Eastern Africa, and majorly China has emerged to be more aggressive, undertaking infrastructural development within the region and tapping into the energy sector by taking on mega projects of construction of dams from both partner states, but also at the region. Interestingly, China has contributed to institutional development. It's donated quite a couple of cars at the East Africa community. So when you go to the ESC headquarters, you'll find some blue vehicles, double cabin pickups and buses that are graciously labeled in red ink, donated by the People's Republic of China. And they're being used by the ESC to move to different partner states. We also discovered that the Russians are also getting a little, aggressive in the region in terms of military aid to countries like Uganda that are slowly going down the path of authoritarianism, rightly so, because it seems the US government now has sort of fallen out with the authoritarian regime back home in Uganda, so he has to now run and find new allies. So you'll find Russian soldiers coming in to train the Uganda People's Defense Forces. You do have instances of Japan channeling aid through JICA. It's given aid in terms of infrastructure, but also it's contributed to peace and security in countries like in countries like Somalia, South Sudan, that are now sort of getting stable. And you all know that Somalia has now joined the East Africa community, so Japan has played a role, but also in terms of infrastructure, we see a lot of Japanese infrastructure projects being moved within the region. We also have the United States of America, whose goal looks towards, betterment of livelihoods of people and rule of law, democracy, human rights. And we've seen them strengthening institutions both at partner states but also at the region. It's channeled aid through US aid that has supported quite a number of initiatives on rule of law and human rights. And now I'm being told to wrap up, so I'll give my colleague Achilles to continue with Germany and talk about challenges.
Well, thank you, Mr. Achaye, and thank you, my fellow panelists. I think most of the issues have been discussed, and I tend to believe that African countries are not poor. We are poor by design, and we have been following the systematic colonial legacy that our colonizers made us to believe that we are poor. In fact, African countries trade more with the global powers than any other partner states within the continent. And most of what we trade is to export raw materials and our natural resources. And we are big supporters of importing foreign goods. So without adding value to our goods, we are systematically meant to be poor. Our theme, as my brother said at EAC, is one people, one destiny. We are alive to the fact that EAC is not an island. We need to cooperate with other agencies. And that's why under the treaty establishing the community, we have Article 130, which recognizes that we alone cannot achieve the aspirations embodied in the treaty. And as such, we need to work with development partners, But we still have a number of challenges. You read the treaty, you recognize that now we are 8 countries. Out of the 8, 6 of them are on the least developing countries. And we face similar challenges across: poverty, disease, hunger, financial exclusion, unfair global trade regimes. Those are the challenges that we need to tackle. But do we really understand what we need with global powers? Do we have proper infrastructures that will make our interests stand in the light of competing global interest? That is the question that we all need to answer. And we have seen some of partnership that EAC has built. And as the likely professor said in the morning, what are the value, what the economic value of these partnerships? Have we created, have we strengthened our institutions that are able to compete for our interests? I look institutions like the East African Court of Justice. It has been created by the treaty, but partner states are not funding it. It can take even 3 rounds without sitting because of financial challenges. So are we really in need of transforming what we have? I'm just winding up with the bilateral trade regimes that African countries, EAC countries have entered into. I remember our late Magufuli, when he was in power, he recognized that Tanzania is not poor. But we have been made to be poor by the contracts that we have signed. And he was courage enough to establish, to have some legal reforms by enacting laws that were to the effect of renegotiating the unconscionable terms that the country has entered into. So we see large mining companies being affected, and we saw them come to the table to renegotiate for the common good. So we need charismatic leaders who are able to see the interest of the community as opposed to the interest of the few, as my colleagues have said. Thank you.
Is this mic? Okay. Thank you. Doc, I know we're very much behind time, but please allow me to just entertain a few questions, and then we can, I'll start with Amandine, 2, 3. Is there another one, the 4th one, so that we can answer all of them at once? Okay, we'll start with Amandine. Is there a mic for you? Okay. And you can address it to anyone, and yeah.
Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. I have a very basic question. Is it, we are talking about African agency, so do you think that the regional organization can support or maybe improve the African agency agenda? And if not, do you think that regional cooperation, and especially I'm thinking about a coalition of states, it is the case in West Africa with the Alliance for Sahelian States, but we can see also coalition of states within the organization. We know, for instance, for ICAS that, you know, that we have very strong collaboration between Central African states. So I'm just wondering, of course, African agency can be at the African Union level, at the national level, but I'm really curious to have your views on that. And just to tell you why I'm asking this question is because we know that this organization has been built around a very strong historical context, and we have, with the professor this morning with the African Union, we know that this is the case. But my impression is that now some states are challenging this basis built around values, norms. This is the case for ECOWAS, for instance, but I'm curious to see if it's the same for other organizations. And I'm saying that because one of the lessons we had yesterday is also that African agency is an opportunity to be revisited when we have change internally in the continent, but also at the international level. So my question is around this. How can we build this African agency at the regional level, having in mind that now we see a tension inside or at the regional level between countries who want to consolidate or pursue the initial perspective of what this regional integration has been built, and maybe new way of thinking about African agency, and I'm especially thinking about the Sahel Alliance for Sahaelian States. So what is the compromise, I would say, at the regional level? Thank you.
Thank you. I think here, and then the last one is there.
Thank you very much. We've been talking about issues to do with development, various regional entities formed, because the focus is on how we can move the Africans to be serious global players. All these regional institutions are there. The infrastructure is there. The will may have been there. The process is perhaps convoluted. You talked about, one of the presenters talked about Africa not being poor, and that is true. When you look at what has been said about capital flight from Africa, up to about 2015, I think it's about in the region of 1.4 trillion US dollars. Then there's the other area of IFF's illicit financial flows. To make my question very brief, what then this tells us is that really Africa is a net creditor to the world. So what interventions, and out of your studies, could we do to stem this tide? Because really we have the resources, we have the money. We don't even need to begin engaging with these other entities because we are the ones sending out the monies.
Good morning, Dr. Gilda Dera here. I like the way Doc next to you brought out the issue on the state and the last speaker, and I just wanted to pose a question and to you, Doc, maybe the last gentleman as well. If anything has to change, it's got to be radical. That's what I believe. It's got to be organic. I think for the longest time we have spoken from the top and then bringing it down. The population in Africa is a young population. Their thinking is very different. And my question is, how would you speak on or research on the 20 to 30-year-old, their thinking, and how they would turn around Africa? Because by default, there's a certain way that we have been used to seeing things. And I'm not pouring down cold water on the AU, but how would an AU with the 20 to 30-year-olds look like to come up with how they want Africa to be? Because to me, that is where the answer is. Thanks.
Thank you, and we have 2 minutes to...
Okay, so maybe to just wrap up, Doc, I'll just allow all the panelists to respond in under a minute. Your last words, and we should just wrap up the conversation so that you have a chance to just wrap up the conversation under a minute, and then you can respond as well.
Okay, let me just.
Okay. You know, there is a misconception that if the wealth was in the continent, it will benefit everyone. But that is not necessarily the case. Africa may be shipping out wealth to other countries, but the issue of the nature of the African state is an important issue that we should not avoid. If this money was to stay in our countries, it will still benefit a small group of people. There's no guarantee that the money will go to different sections of society. So the case of the state is very important. On the issue of age 20 to 30 years, it's said in the sense that we see the world over in Austria, all these countries, you mentioned them, New Zealand. You know, visions are made by young people. But in the African continent, elderly people, excluding the youth, they make decisions. Vision 2063. Somebody has said that they can say Vision 2063 because they know in 2063 they will not be there to account for that. So the point that I'm making is that it may be important to involve the youth in the decision-making processes of the states. Thank you.
Yeah, my last, maybe I just attempt what Amandine was talking about. You know, for ECOWAS, for instance, ECOWAS has been very, very powerful, one of the most vibrant regional powers in Africa. Remember, in terms of security, and I say three things are important in West Africa, issues of conflict and security. Remember the case of Liberia, the case of Sierra Leone, and I've been to these two countries in the course of these two. Nigeria and Ghana and others were able to calm this down. But now it's a case of interference which is aimed at perhaps trying to break the hegemony that ECOWAS has built over this year. In fact, it has a standing army that can intervene. And the chairman, who is my president, Tinubu, almost deployed it, but he was warned because the Russians may have come in, and that could have been detrimental to the Sahelian states. And so they are having that as a cover. They have attempted this, but I tell you, it's not going to go nowhere. It will fizzle out sooner or later. So my conclusion is that, yes, AU is there, but you still need these regional bodies to be able to congregate together, talk to each other, and at the same time make sure that this agency triggers down to the younger people to understand. And at the core secretariat for now, there is a section for women and youth. And I think that is very important to have a buy-in for the younger generation who will eventually run these regional powers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, same kind of answer. I think that the Maghreb Arab Union is important. It's a very significant project. It has been a popular project. In 1958, it was not heads of states who talked about it. It was the independence parties that led the independence in the three countries that led the discussion about it. So it is an important project, and that's probably why it's not dead. I think that we need the African Union, but I think we need these regional organizations to build the strength for the African Union to be more effective.
Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I think that, yes, these regional bodies can promote African agency if they are restructured and if they build, their institutional capacity, if they cooperate with institutions, universities, researchers like SUS and others. I had some difficulties in doing my fieldwork because of this bureaucracy, bureaucracy institution. You send the letters and things like that. I think they should restructure the institution so that they can respond to the population needs and aspirations. So we should change, as the madam said, we should change the paradigm, starting from the bottom up. Starting from the bottom up, from restructuring our countries. Our countries are politically centralized, so we have to decentralize the political institutions of our country so that the population aspirations rise up to the states and the regional institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Akai, anything? Do you have any reactions? Just 30 seconds.
30?
30, even 10.
Okay. All right, under 10 seconds, I think Africa needs to decolonize, demilitarize, and democratize. Thank you.
Thank you. I personally believe in economic inclusiveness and sustainability. I say so in the sense that we have not involved the people. The regs have not involved the people. For instance, under 1 minute, EAC has the thing called observer status, but it is only 3 institutions that have that observer status, which allows them to integrate with the policymakers. So where is the voice of the citizens if only 3 institutions have observer status? So inclusiveness in whatever we do is very key. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to my panelists. I know the time was not enough, but we have gotten what we may have. I think the discussion should still continue. This is a very passionate topic, as we can see, and I think just to summarize everything, the key thing here is our regional economic communities need to be very active. We've heard the word regurgitated, they are dormant. So we need to do a little bit more. Thank you very much, and I hope we enjoy the rest of the discussions today.
Thank you very much, Kabaso, and also just to echo the sentiments of the moderator that time was quite limited. For people who have actually done empirical studies in these regions, but I think the blame, and we take responsibility for this problem, is that we were too ambitious and have had a very packed program. When we go to the next conference, you can be certain we'll be mindful of that so that people are not rushed. But in any case, our researchers from the 5 regions are here in person, so we're going to have a separate, caucusing discussion, and we'll go forward. At this point, I want us to transition to the next set of sessions before we break for lunch. And I'm saying before we break for lunch, you might wonder, where is the tea and coffee? We wanted to propose that because we are running behind the program quite a bit, feel free to step out in some foyer or open space there. There's tea, coffee, and some bitings. And you can, you can do that and just come back to, if your sugar levels get low, you can boost your caffeine levels, your sugar levels, and any other levels along the way. And then you come back so that we then percolate towards the lunch session. I think that being said, we now move to geopolitics and information rights in Africa. This is a session being moderated by our colleague. She stepped out or something? Okay, she's called Ivy Gikonyo. And I do not want to mention the speakers in her session because that's her job. So Ivy Gikonyo is right here. So this session will be convened in this space, in this room. And the next, the panel session is Dr. Hassan Hanenge, Director, Horn International Institute for Strategic Studies. It will be in the parallel room. In fact, I'm grateful that Dr. Hanenge was telling me, keep an eye on the time, man. We can't just go on, endlessly. So this session is Amplifying Africa's Agency in the Engagement with the United States of America. And I've actually read your work that you produced not long ago. I saw Professor Mustafa here. You produced some paper not long ago. I'm sure it will be subject for discussion, because since you produced that paper, things shifted quite a bit fast. Yeah, so the people interested in African Agency towards the United States of America, moderated by Dr. Kanenge, is in the next room. Those interested in geopolitics and information rights, moderated by Dr. Ivy Gikonyo, I'm conferring her the PhD in advance, can stay here. And I think we take it from there. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning. Yes, we are at a conference where we are talking about amplifying African voices. And the question that we are asking is, but what if we are not allowed to share our voices? What if your right to receive and to share that information is actually curtailed? What if the African voices that we are so passionately talking about in this conference we've been talking about since yesterday morning were to be silenced in whatever shape or form by foreign actors? So today, those are some of the questions that we'll be asking and answering. And we have an interesting panel that we will be having. Just to introduce them, we have Tlengiwe Dube joining us online. Tlengiwe, I hope you can hear us. Just to introduce her, she is an expert in information rights. That's including the freedom of expression, access to information, and data protection, with a focus on the intersection of technology and human rights. She is finalizing her doctoral studies on state surveillance and human rights. And as project manager at the Center for Human Rights, she oversees initiatives on digital rights, on elections, and democracy. She also provides technical assistance to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and holds a master's degree in human rights and democratization in Africa, which underscores her commitment to digital rights and human rights. To my left here, we have Christopher Musodza. Chris is the co-founder and executive director of Fungai Africa, bringing over 18 years of experience in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and internet governance. He holds graduate degrees in computer science, artificial intelligence, and law. He has served as a consultant for organizations such as Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the Media Institute of Southern Africa. He also holds an advanced certification in AI and IT governance from the Center for AI and Digital Policy. Then next up, we have Wanjiro Gikonyo, a transformative governance advocate and founder of the Institute for Social Accountability, which is a leading Kenyan NGO that she led from 2008 to 2022. She played a key role in shaping national legislation on social accountability, devolution, urban governance, and debt accountability, including spearheading landmark litigation, such as the CDF public interest case. So Kenyans might know her and credit her for the good job. So Wanjiro's work emphasizes participatory advocacy, nonviolent protest, and anti-corruption approaches. She currently serves on the boards of the Kenyan Human Rights Commission and Nairobi Revenue Authority with a focus on finance. Yes, and myself, I'm here, and a project officer at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, master's degree in international law from Oxford Brookes University, currently pursuing my PhD at the University of Pretoria. And we are all, in our different fields, passionate about information rights and how it is being shaped right now by the ongoing geopolitics. So to start us off, I'll ask Tlengiwe Dube to get the ball rolling for us by giving us an understanding of how foreign powers actually influence and shape information spaces in Africa. We have had issues of surveillance that we are, our activities are online and offline are being checked. We have had issues of censorship, so that we are not allowed to speak of some things in our very own spaces. So maybe just give us a background on that.
Thank you. I can please confirm that I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me. So yes, thank you very much, and I'm delighted that we don't have much time. So thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, you've asked a question around foreign powers and impacting on information rights in Africa. I just want to preface my reflection with mentioning that we, as the Center for Human Rights, we undertook a project which recently concluded, where we were looking at
thank you so much, Levieux, for giving us that background. And she has traced the history from, how our relationship with these countries that are now influencing our information rights, where they started from, where we are at now. The research that she has mentioned is an ongoing project that we are doing, looking at how foreign powers are influencing, unfortunately, mostly it's negatively, where our information rights are shrinking. And so we started, because you have to start somewhere, by looking at the PRC, and what she mentioned was some of the findings. So, Chris, Africa is mostly an import of technologies, as Fingio has alluded to. So we are just taking it in, but what vulnerabilities do we have, especially when it comes to things like cybersecurity, and how does it, how does it interplay with geopolitics? Are we safe? Is it compromising us? Is it giving us a better standing, or putting us, taking us even further in our standing with global powers?
Thank you, Ivy. You raise an important question here. Maybe let me start from the fact that the infrastructure that we use for connectivity is not ours, it's not from Africa. Right from the gadgets that we use, the phones that we use, the applications that we use are not from Africa. Our data is not stored in Africa. We percent maybe 90% of our data is stored outside the country. You have your YouTube, you have your Gmail, you have your Facebook, you have your Netflix, you have your WhatsApp. All that is not controlled within our jurisdictions. So from infrastructure, let's start from the telecoms infrastructure, the cell towers, what we normally call the base stations. Most of them come from China. And we've had stories about backdoors with 4G equipment. In the US, they've raised concerns about the infrastructure that the Chinese supply, and they are a dominant player in the telecom sector supplying these cell towers. In Uganda, we have examples of those cell towers being tampered with and information being supplied to the government. In Zambia, we have such examples as well, in Zimbabwe. And so it extends to even CCTV equipment, active CCTV equipment. One shocking example is in Zimbabwe, where it was reported that there was a deal with one of the AI startups called CloudWalk, which wanted to supply face recognition equipment to the government of Zimbabwe. And the deal was such that Zimbabwe would help them with data for their system to be able to recognize African faces. And so I don't know whether they would get a huge discount if they supply sample data from the Zimbabweans, but of course there was no consent. We then saw it in media reports. So most of these deals are opaque. Most of these deals are announced as mega deals, and there's not much detail. There's a lot of secrecy around how these deals are made. But so the question starts from who owns this infrastructure, who supplies these devices, who supplies these gadgets. Some of the phones that we use, like I hope I won't name a phone that is here, some have been reported to have spyware, like the Techno phones, the group with the Infinix, Techno, Itel, the cheap phones that supplied in Africa. Some have been detected to have spyware built in within the phone system. So we have an issue that stems from infrastructure. We don't know what happens in the background. And then the next issue starts from the data. Most of our data, I would estimate to over 95%. Because if you ask everyone who's in this room where your email is stored, your device is an Android device which has a Gmail account. Your YouTube videos are uploaded to some foreign server. Your TikTok video, your
your tweet, okay, now X, so all our lives, all our stored data are not even on the continent. And so when it comes to the decisions on what to do and how to protect that data, it's other laws that determine what happens there. For example, if I commit a crime on X and there's evidence that's needed from X, they have to liaise with the governments where X is licensed. And if free speech laws in that country don't agree with the laws in Africa, guess what? You will not be successful in bringing them. And because we are so isolated, we are fragmented, our voice is not as big. Our voice is not AU, it's not African Union, it's the individual countries. Yeah, so those are some of the issues that affect us in terms of our privacy and data security. That's where it starts from. Then Israel also has reportedly supplied, as Hlengwe alluded to earlier, Pegasus software. That is one of the most dangerous pieces of spyware. When we grew up, when we were learning computer science, we were told, don't click on these links. Don't go to these websites. But now you don't even need to go to that website. With Pegasus, you don't even need to respond to a WhatsApp message or a WhatsApp phone call to prevent the spread of Pegasus. It spreads through even a missed message that you have not read or a missed call that you have not read that's targeted. So it's zero-click kind of install, and it has access to all your phone, your contacts, your different cameras, and so that has been supplied to some African governments. And so all these tools that I'm talking about are not even produced there. So I come back to the fact that the infrastructure, the software, the systems, the servers are not even here. So for us to begin to talk about this, we need to really look at the infrastructure question.
Thank you so much, Chris, although you're not giving us very good news. If we had time, Chris could demonstrate just how much information he could get from your phone without, without much of your approval. And now that is all data that is actually being collected by another party about you. We shall get to that. We shall give you another opportunity to speak a little more about that. So now to a more positive note at least, what we can do about it. That, you know, at least we have avenues, legal avenues in our countries that allow us to bring issues where we are, to defend at least our information rights to some extent. And with us here we have Wanjiro Gikonyo, who mentioned she's an activist, you know, a governance expert. And one thing she has done for this country is that she has filed cases, both within the country and outside, asking the government questions. And one of these cases she has filed recently is to the East African Court of Justice. And I would like you, Wanjiro, to just, oh, and also her name is Wanjiro Gikonyo. I am also Wanjiro Gikonyo. No relation whatsoever, but I am happy to be confused for her, you know, when someone is doing great things. Imagine if my name was Wanjiro Gikonyo, who is, you know, #1 criminal. You know, so this one is like, yes, happy to be confused and happy to share this platform with you. Please tell us a little more about why maybe you went to the East African Court of Justice. Why didn't you go to the High Court? We're actually very close to the Kenyan courts here. And what information are you seeking?
Thank you very much to my namesake. And it's an honor to be here speaking today. And this case was crafted by Afronomics, who are part of a group of, and you may know them, are part of several movements that are working towards the restructuring of the international, of the global financial system. So Afronomics is monitoring very keenly the debt situation, the debt structure and framework, and this project is under the Africa Sovereign Debt Justice Network. So my starting point, as Ivy has said, is positive. It's saying that there are institutions and formations that are already occupying the space and are advocating, are researching, are using that evidence to then engage the various formations with an agenda to restructure. They've identified the problem. So Afronomics curated the litigation, and it's a debt swap case. And what we have done is we have sued. I'm the petitioner on the case. They invited me to petition, and I was very happy to sign on. I'm also a co-petitioner on a case that was determined in our favor against, again for access to information on the standard gauge railway, the SGR case in Kenya. And so because of my interaction with them, they invited me to petition. I was happy to, and it's an access to information case. And why this case? This case sues the government of Kenya on account of them advancing to get into an engagement around a debt swap. Now, a debt swap is quite a complex form of restructuring of debt. Ostensibly, a debt swap is supposed to allow a country to alleviate some of its debt pressures. But the research shows, and Eurodad has a report from 2023 that shows in the past 30 years, there have been numerous cases of debt swaps, and the impact of those has been about 0.1% of the overall debt burden of the continent. So the impact is minuscule in terms of dealing with the debt burden which our countries are bearing, which affects the ability of countries to then provide basic services, to advance their own development agendas. And as you know, as has happened in Kenya, in other countries, this leads to political instability because, especially from the youth side, they can't see a future in a country that's not able to fund its very basic necessities. So the case, the positive side to this case is that the East African Treaty provides a locus for individuals, institutions, and other actors to sue their government on the basis of breach of the principles of the treaty. And this principle in this case is on accountability, transparency, which are provisions that are ingrained in the treaty. And there is also a chapter on environmental accountability, environmental management. And so strong is the treaty that it says a country need not have signed on to international environmental protocols. Because of the urgency and importance, primacy of environmental issues, all that has to be shown is that a country is violating the provisions of the East African Treaty, then there is recourse to the court. So number one is we have an arena in which to act. So the case asks the court to compel the government of Kenya to reveal information about the swap. And it's basic. One, the contract. What are the terms of the contract? What is the amount of debt that is being forgiven? Because in a debt swap, an amount of money is forgiven, and that amount is then put towards some other purpose that is environmentally, an environmental contributor. So it could be food security, it could be some climate change program. But what is the value of this? Debt swaps, the Eurodad report has done a review of the debt swaps that have taken place in sub-Saharan Africa, and they are numerous, and shown that they have very high transaction costs. So you may be talking about an amount that will be swapped for a project, but in the process, the intricacies of just contracting this is so expensive that does it really add value? Then what are you swapping? Because in our case, we also say that a lot of the debt we procured in Kenya was done in violation of our law and in violation of the international standards on debt procurement because of lack of transparency, opacity around it, the value, the choice of vehicle, the choice of project, you know, would not have yielded returns. So because of that, our stance is that some of this debt is odious. So are we now swapping, pretending to swap odious debt, which in the first place has an accountability concern? Also, the debt swaps as, not just Eurodad, because there are several reports on this, this is a false promise. And in fact, at its worst, it's being called green colonialism, because it's a way of outsaging the guilt or the burden that falls on industrialized countries to make sure they finance and take measures to reduce the climate risk. So in this way, they are undertaking some project that on the face of it looks good, but doesn't deal with the primary problem. So it's kind of transferring responsibility. The actors who then get involved, because once you're doing a swap, there's an organization that then needs to implement the project. Now, we found that in Kenya, because once we filed this case in the East African Court, the Treasury, the National Treasury, responded very quickly to provide some details. And when we looked at the actors, we found the actors who are supposed to then even implement are not Kenyan. So if there is a swap, we don't know the value. We don't know the interest. We don't know the indentures. We don't know what these contingent liabilities are. So we don't know all of that. Then the people who are coming to implement a project that we don't know, whose benefit has not been quantified, are not even Kenyans. That's not a Kenyan organization. So that means that money might just circulate and remain in space or remain with the lenders. The final point is that the debt crisis we have, this present one, because there was one in the 90s around the structural adjustment programs. We then had Paris principles that were drawn up to place responsibility on lenders to ensure that they are accountable as creditors. But then came up the commercial lending. After the global crisis, there was a lot of liquidity in the Western markets that needed to find a home, and Africa was growing, China was growing. So this was a place for, you know, some good credit investment and some good returns for Western governments. At this point, the African Development Bank issued a report together with the World Bank justifying, talking about the infrastructure gap and the need for large infrastructure projects. So this is a conflation of issues. One, you identify a problem. Two, you're coming to a place where the economy is growing. And three, you have high liquidity that needs to make a lot of money. So this is the genesis of the debt crisis we are in now. And what we are seeing is different type of instruments being crafted, which get through national approval processes without public participation, without evidence that they will work, and at worst, are forms of Western creditors really benefiting from the debt crisis and kind of replicating the process. So we are really saying it's a form of green colonialism, and in going to court, we want to highlight this issue, and we want to talk about the importance of really stopping these kind of fake and these processes that are undermining our ability to resolve the core problem, which is we need to resolve the inequities and the injustice around the international global financial system. We are actually talking about debt cancellation at this point, but let us not forget we need accountability, and we need accountability on those creditors who have violated international requirements in the way they've advanced predatory lending. And of course, like we said, our local systems, our political accountability is the foundation of successful growth and us being able to get out of the debt problem. Sorry, Ivy. I went on a bit.
Thank you, thank you. You know, yes, I needed to maybe tell you time, but this is a conversation I could go on with for a long time, especially when talking about sovereign debt, because that's my area of focus and of research. And the challenges that I face with mostly having to redirect the course of my research because of lack of access to information. And so you don't want your research to, at the end of the day, look like a newspaper article. It needs to be well-grounded with, yes, with evidence, so you can keep changing your focus. And the issue that you're bringing about, is complex. It's because, first of all, we don't even know the agreements that our governments are getting into with foreign governments to procure debt. So you don't know how much was borrowed to begin with, you don't know the repayment terms, and then suddenly we are faced with these agreements called, Kenya has entered into a debt swap agreement. Debt swap agreements, which again we have evidence proving, they amount to nothing. If anything, it's just, unfortunately, another way of putting money in other people's pockets, but saying like some debt has been forgiven. And we cannot know what debt has been forgiven because we do not even know how much we owe. It's terrible. And Kengiwe, just because now we are talking about the law, why is it so hard? Many of these countries have access. We're talking about Kenya, for example. We have a very good access to information law, but it's like African nations in law and policy, and then what is in practice, there's just a big disconnect. And what are the challenges and what's, it's just a comment on that.
Thank you so much, Ivy. Yes, I'd like to put this reflection on access to information because on the continent, really, we are relatively high as far as the exercise of that right is concerned. If you look at the whole continent, we have 29 countries so far that have adopted some access to information legislation, including should that data is affecting our operations in the budget constraint that is facing, so as a result, we can only go so far in promoting information drive in the country. But also, when it comes to this issue of legislation, we should just ask colleagues in the room attending that conference whether if they were not working in this space, would they have known, the pieces of legislation such as, your access to information law, the cyber security law. You will find that if you're not working in that space, you probably not been going to entertain, the whole conversation around the cyber crisis. And now if you look at people around you, they should know about this. So the generality of the public, information gaps that we have around the world. So it's difficult if you don't know then to demand accountability, if you don't know, what the law is. So that's why we need to get a right of access to information. That the government of information is trust, for example. But also when it comes to, legislation that are talking about as well, it's a very good avenue, but also we need to consider the knowledge gap that exists, especially as it should become more technology-based, more technical. There is also that knowledge gap in the, legal practice. I feel like we are reading my mind. Yes, the lawyers themselves, knowledge gap in those that are leading the investigations, the judges that are presiding over the cases of AI, surveillance, access to information, transparency, and many of those things. I know there are initiatives that are being undertaken to build the capacity, but more could be done. But yes, also the issue of judicial independence, as we know, is very problematic in most countries. It's a lot to have, but I can say that let me stop there for now.
Thank you. You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. So our time is moving fast. So I'll just ask, maybe the issue that you're talking about is just that there seems to be a gap in, even in lawmaking, because it's one law that gives you full access to all information that's held by the government, and then you have another law that takes back 90% of what was given by the other one. Chris, please help us just in a minute or two to understand how then should we strike a balance between then security and the need for our privacy.
That's a difficult balance to strike. I'm just going to show you an example of some of the data that we are not aware that's being collected. Data is a big currency in tech, especially with the AI. AI functions on the basis of data, and data is power, and who owns it is most powerful. If you have your phone or your gadget or your computer, if you're on a browser, if you go to Google, just type any letter or the letter P and see what it auto-completes. Trust me, to be different from the person next to you, because there's an AI system that has been learning what you search on the letter P. Don't ask me why I used the letter P, but I did mine. It showed me Premier League and some, in the Bible. If you want to go in depth with what Google has collected, we call that metadata, data about data. And it also extends to the people who own infrastructure. Even when a parliament building, an airport is donated and so forth, we should be aware of data collection and its significance, even if it's metadata. The fact that you entered a room and you had access control, that is data. If you look at your call log, you can paint a story on who you are, the relationships that you are in, because on your call log, there's a 9 p.m. call that lasts 30 minutes minimum every day. That means there's some form of relationship there. And when that call is no longer there, it means that relationship might have ended. I hope you get what I mean. So all that is metadata. And a few months ago, my grandmother just phoned me, I'm winding up, and says, I no longer need you because I used to be her source of all information. Suddenly, there was Meta AI on her WhatsApp, so she could ask any question and get prompt answers. I felt bad for a week or so But then she phoned me and says, no, this thing is dangerous. What if he's lying to me? And so she was already asking about liability, legal personhood, and so forth. Where is she getting all that information? But they are wrong in this case, but they were right in this case. So that amplifies the kind of the issues that we have. And also the fact that this AI system was installed without her consent. She discovers it, but now she's now asking questions, and the data that is being collected, who knows about it? So as Africa, we are in the middle of powerhouses fighting for the internet space. We used to have one business unit that was existing, that was our ISP, that is being regulated by the different telecoms regulators. But now someone is also taking over that piece. We now have Starlink coming in, and at a lower price. And so the control of the infrastructure is also extended to that bit. So when you talk about privacy, when you talk about security, you might put encryption on your, and put a good password on your email, but there is metadata that you can't put. You don't put a password on metadata. And companies are collecting that metadata and they're using it for different purposes. So we need, for our agency as Africa, we need to start to have a conversation on digital sovereignty. It might cost us, but we need to have that conversation, because someone is collecting data on who enters AU building, probably. Someone has access to that data. The calls that we make, it might not be the actual data, because we might be encrypting some form of information, or you might be silent in a donated parliament building and not say a word, but the fact that you were there for some hours and a decision was made there, is probably something that people can piece certain informations together. So until we start to have a conversation on digital sovereignty, and I don't know if we have capacity to have that conversation. That would be the next question.
Thank you. I believe in us. I believe we do have that capacity. You've mentioned the AU building. I know there's also the president's office in Uganda that was constructed and donated, and eventually the president refused to move into it because of fears of it having also been backed. Maybe just Wanjiro in a minute to also just help us to understand how this lack of access to debt information, because how does it affect us? How does it affect democracy and our participation in governance in just a short?
Yes, so starting off is there was a mention of the rising authoritarianism, and this really goes to when you're looking at agency, who are the stakeholders and what are their interests? Who is it that is supporting this neo-colonial state? And really, that's very much to do with the commercial interests. So I think we've been analyzing that. But down to, so one, the impact is, when we are talking about democracy, it's about interests. And we are saying there is the citizen interests that we as academics, as civil society actors are championing. And the agency we need to advance is about having very effective movements that are able to challenge these powers in the various arenas, public interest litigation being one. The other is we have to get into political education, which is educating citizens and stakeholders on how to understand information and messaging in terms of the implication it has on its life. So we've moved beyond civic education, which is just understanding your basic rights. It's really being able to interpret world events and communication with regard to how that affects your life and what actions you can and need to take. Because we are in the struggle for a third liberation. Because we had the first, which is the independent, we've had a second wave of multi-party democratic liberation movements across the continent. But the third liberation is a struggle for sovereignty, which is what you're talking about, digital sovereignty. In our case, when we look at this, it's a relatively small case on debt swaps, because it's a relatively small amount. But the information we got from the Treasury is that it's a swap for food arrangement. So it comes to the question of food sovereignty, because the organization, the US International Agency for Development is involved. That means US money is coming in here. What is their interest with regard to our smallholder farmers? Because in Kenya and most of Africa, majority of our agriculture is with small shareholder farmers. What is the interest of this big corporation? What are they advancing? In Kenya, we are fighting a crops bill. We have GMO legislation that has recently come to light in terms of, you know, how, of course, seed regulation and things like that. So we are talking about, when we are talking about food sovereignty, where is the farmer? Where is our biodiversity? Who decides? What vision does the government have for Kenyans? And here is where we link the issue of the neo-patrimonial state, where we have political actors getting into bed with large overseas investors to cobble up development approaches that continue to benefit a few at the expense of a majority. And that is what we are fighting. And the opportunities we have are in academia, in civil society. There are models, like food system models, that are sustainable, that show how you can make sure your food system is empowering the farmer, is sustainable, is ensuring biodiversity, is ensuring sustainability of the soil, is green and friendly, is not based on fertilizers and other chemicals that destroy the soil and the environment. We have the models. So we need to move towards very action-oriented advocacy so that we are able to frame a narrative around the systems we want to see. And I'll end by saying, we need to remember that development is local. And whereas we do want to aggregate profits, at the end of the day, our food is grown by that farmer. And we need to aggregate the farmer, we need to strengthen the farmer so that we change the economic model into one that is sustainable. Now this, we have the literature, we have, possibly we've got some of the evidence. What we don't have is the coalition of actors who think like this. And right now the financing might be in favor of the big industry. So we need to sharpen our advocacy. We need to sharpen the partnerships that we build so that we can really pull this narrative towards a future that's sustainable for us. So moving away from problem diagnosis, moving away from, yes, the law is important, but what is important is how do we move this political agenda? What strategies do we employ? And then, of course, the civic space comes in because regimes are cracking down, regimes are killing, they are disappearing people. That's a reality. And that's why human rights defenders have such a crucial role to play. So let's get off the comfort zone and let us engage in the real discussions that need to happen and recognize we're in a liberation struggle. We're in a sovereignty struggle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have covered, a wide array of issues because the intersection of geopolitics and information rights is quite intricate. And so it looks like we've moved from one thing to another, but it's just that geopolitics is also multifaceted. Maybe from this discussion right now, if there could be any comments or questions at this point that you could take and answer as we give final remarks in the interest of time, because yes, please, Kabaso. Any other hands so that we take it also together with Kabaso's? Okay, thank you. I think I'll have to bring you this. Thank you very much for the very, very wonderful and informative presentation. I think mine is really just a comment. I mean, just reflecting on what you've mentioned, I've always said to myself before that, how do we speak African agency when you have a whole building donated? Like you mentioned, the good example of the AU. We cannot even have secret conversations amongst ourselves without people eavesdropping, I imagine. So, I mean, what you just mentioned brings everything into perspective. That even as we speak advancing African agency, these are some of the things we need to
consider information rights? How do we even, and maybe this would be a question, how do we think about, information and digital rights and sovereignty and protecting ourselves from external influences, considering everything that we have going on? Yeah.
Thank you. Very good presentations. I wanted to just ask both the panelists, for the cybers, bit the infrastructure, what would you suggest Africa should really do? This information is so critical, but I think, as you know, tech discussions tend to take place with tech people sitting in the room and people thinking it's a tech thing, and not attending such things to hear from you, whether it is business people or whoever it is. For Wanjiru, very briefly, thank you for really bringing that out. It's information that even some of us don't have. How can we bring out this voice even more so that we can help people know what you're talking about? It's so critical.
Thank you so much. My name is Minde, again, in support of what my immediate colleague has mentioned, to Wanjiru. These are things that are not just about Kenya, but also reflect a lot in other African contexts. So I don't know what lessons, especially in this litigation that you're doing at the East African Court of Justice and other courts, what other lessons could other countries, for instance, in Tanzania, who are also facing similar challenges, do, or what does your work also speak to these other countries? Thank you very much. And again, it was excellent.
Thank you for the comments and questions. Oh, there's one more.
Hey there. I'm just asking this question in part to maybe potentially put some of the panelists in conversation with each other. And what do you see as the relationship between tech and debt in light of the fact that majority of the technical infrastructure in Africa is procured on the basis of loans directly coming from China, and that China in itself now is promoting a construct called cyber sovereignty, which is kind of equivalent to like digital sovereignty, but the basis of it's basically to consolidate political power within the state to dictate cyberspace, juxtaposed to a more like an American posture where power is really allocated at the corporate. Obviously, in the context of, say, Africa, consolidated political power at the state is not necessarily political emancipation in any real sense. It could actually lead to more predatory outcomes. And so, again, trying to, I guess, get you guys to speak to each other on these topics of debt and technology.
That sounds like someone should take it up as a PhD topic. Thank you for the interesting questions. Hlengiwe, I don't know if you've had a question that you'd like to respond to, and then before we come to the ones here in the room.
I think it was a bit hazy. I couldn't quite get all the questions. But as I close, I just want to emphasize issues around the importance of information rights when we are looking into the question of African agency. We cannot fully have a conversation around African agency when we have not addressed issues related to information rights. Information rights that are very important. I think I had a bit of, what Kabaso was saying around how we couldn't have a conversation without eavesdropping. So we need to actively engage on the issues of information rights, because in the context of our relations with foreign powers, the information is a fantastic issue. It has technology sovereignty, what does this mean under the circumstances in the African context? How do we take practical steps to ensure that we have control of our information, control of our data as well? So yeah, let me stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Chris, even as you answer some of the questions that have been asked, maybe you can also give us, help us answer what's the way forward then for the governments in Africa.
I think first, just to comment on the loans and in relation with tech. So what happens is technology is brought to a company, private or even state-owned, and it's a loan. And they are told now there's there's 4G, you can roll it out immediately. But before you even pay the loan as a private entity, they're saying now we have 5G. We want to give you 5G on a loan. And guess what? Our bandwidth fees, our data costs become even higher as it were. I'm just trying to emphasize the point that was raised earlier. So I think what the governments should do, first we should realize that as Africa, we have the data, we've got the numbers, we've got the critical mass. All these entities would take a knock in terms of their revenue if Africa did not exist. But if we decide as Zimbabwe or as Uganda or as Kenya or as individual countries, they can do without us. The 8 million population that is reported to be connected to the internet in Zimbabwe, or the 1.2 million Facebook users, they mean nothing to Facebook. They mean nothing to Meta. But as a bloc, an example is EU. When they say that when a court makes a ruling about the right to be forgotten, for example, when it made that ruling, it became case law, and now it's now even codified in the data protection regulation laws in the continent. Africa, we don't have such an entity like EU. I think that's where we need to start, because we've got that power. And when we do that, we can become deliberate. Setting up a website or hosting our own search engines and our own server systems, I don't think it requires as much capital as we think it does. I think it requires more willpower and more, from effort from our leaders to really understand that we can do better and we can promote our own infrastructure and our own industry. To make it worse, Starlink is testing satellite to phone. So it means there's going to be elimination of the mobile network provider, job losses, and you are still in debt paying for Chinese infrastructure. And so we will still continue to have a bigger problem unless we pause and think and really make decisions as a bloc. Now imagine if the whole continent says, Starlink, no, you can't do this. If you want to come here, you come on our terms. Because the market is already saturated in the other countries. Africa is where they are looking at.
Thank you. Maybe Wanjiru could help us answer.
Thank you, and I really think that's the main agenda. So there were 2 questions, I think, that have to do with how to get the information out. It's in advocacy, you're really talking about working across movement building, which is different actors coming together and really shaping narratives. So it's campaigning, and campaigns are fielded all the time. And maybe out of that question, it's saying that there are so many, we are possibly working in a bubble. People who do data advocacy speak to each other and skirt the certain corridors and think the message is going out. But I do know, for instance, in the debt campaigns that we've done, we haven't really reached the citizen. So we need to expand our advocacy. As we are telling government to do bottom-up or go to the bottom, we need to do the same, because we tend to do advocacy with like-minded and over-focus on policy and legislation, and so we don't make it the dominant narrative. What are the lessons coming out? Like I said at the outset, there are platforms, and one good example of agenda setting is the illicit financial flows discussion, because we've been talking about corruption for the longest while. And then through a collaboration between local African NGOs, and a network, and also international NGOs, through analysis, they realized they need to recraft this narrative into illicit financial flows to show how Africa is expropriating its wealth into Western countries. Really, it's the corruption conversation, but it's been framed in an actionable manner, where you place the responsibility not just on the corrupt local leader, but on those corrupt business enterprises. So we need to do something similar around the debt conversation, really emphasizing on sovereignty. And I believe this is in the process of happening, but maybe the efforts are too fragmented. So there is a need for more collaboration. And that's why I think these kind of conversations are really important. And also, the discussion really needs to focus on action, what needs to be done. We've really done good diagnosis of problems. It's how do we move the agenda? How do we finance the agenda? Maybe the last point I'll say is in the advocacy space, there is a lot of volunteerism. So if you are an academic and you have information, then connect with one of the networks and give. You have to contribute. There's not enough money and there's not enough interest in removing this apple from those who are enjoying it at the expense of citizens. So it calls for, there are experts in this room, in fact, that I'm listening to and thinking we need to speak to our ICT guys, because I know in the movements that we do, we don't pay enough attention to this. So we could easily be neutralized through just digital infiltration. And maybe we are not because of the commercial interests. Government doesn't want to be seen to be impinging commercial interests, but when things get very hot, we need a good strategy. So we need to be proactive, we need to work across the movements, and then recognize that whatever your job is, wherever you're working, make sure you are contributing to the movement with your expertise. Thanks.
Thank you. We have come to the end of that session, and just closing remarks is that a reminder, human rights are not negotiable. By the very fact that you're a human being, you have human rights. And it all starts with information rights, that you can't enforce your rights without knowing about them, and that's why we say information rights are essential. It's essential for you to know what your government is doing, because it's supposed to be working for you. The government is supposed to respect those rights, to protect those rights, to promote those rights, to fulfill its obligations to you in lieu of those rights. And so information rights are key, and I hope we have provoked your thoughts in one way or another, and we hope to continue such conversations. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much, Ivy. And as with the previous discussions, this is a research-based work. And so these colleagues know what they're talking about. They are not doing guesswork. They have done empirical research. One of the things that perhaps Ivy didn't mention is that Ivy and Klengiwe Dupe and Chris are actually working on a project called Fungai Africa, which is an AI initiated project with the support of University of Pretoria. And I think the second thing that I must do what Americans call a shout out, although I'm not shouting, but they call it a shout out, is that the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, is committed through the University of Pretoria's PULP, it's called, Pretoria University Publishing, to do an edited book volume on the topic. Ivy, did you mention that, or okay, no, and I've, this is to confirm that at some point in the near future there will be a call for proposals for book chapters on geopolitics and information rights in Africa. So look out for that, so that we go beyond talk shop and do what the overused phrase of walk the talk, as it were. I think at this point, I know that colleagues in the other room are wrapping up, but I can see Dr. Sabala here. You have wrapped up. So I think we go straight into the next session, which is also an interesting one. It's led by Dr. John Mwangi, Head of Research, Mashariki Research and Policy Center. Is John here? Yeah, please welcome and take over the session. I think you'll introduce your panelists, and I think they can then proceed to make a presentation. And from this point, the other session that is called the role of African media in amplifying African voices actually has collapsed on the basis of today being a public event. This session was to be led by media practitioners. And you can see, once they say today is a swearing-in ceremony at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, Churchill Otieno, Kennedy Wandera, Douglas Okwach have all abandoned us to go and cover this momentous event, ceremony. But I think so from this point onwards now, we are meeting right here as plenary, which actually helps because everybody gets to listen to everything. But over to you, John. I think it would also be remiss of me not to mention that this session and the work, the research work and the teaching work and the public engagement work that will continue is supported by the Social Science Research Council, particularly the Next Gen initiative. I know Professor Kadiagala is very familiar with this initiative, but I just wanted to recognize the Social Science Research Council as a partner in this.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is John Mwangi, currently affiliated with Mashariki Research and Policy Center. I'll be moderating this session, but also making a little intervention. So this panel is titled, as in the program, Global Powers and Regional Organizations, Peace, Security, and Development in the Horn of Africa, as has been mentioned by Dr. Bob. It's sponsored by the Social Science Research Council. You can hear me? Okay, thanks. So there'll be 4 papers in this panel, and in the interest of time, I'll allow every speaker 5 minutes to just make some quick interventions to their work. So in the panel, I have Dr. Kizito Sabala, Dr. Nicholas Minde, and to my right, Dr. Mario Nauma. So I'll start with Dr. Mario Nauma. Maybe you can start with a quick introduction of yourself and the discussions for this session.
My name is Mario Nauma. I'm a research associate with the South African Research Chair on Social Policy. And so my work looks at social policy making processes in Africa. And I use, for this session, I'm using social policy to demonstrate how Africa's agency as a continent, but also as individual countries, happens in, for social policy, the policy-making process, but also how that agency is subverted both internally and externally. And so I think just a brief introduction. I mean, social policy is usually, I know it's not a very common topic amongst, I think, this group of people. But then social policy is basically the collective efforts that governments put in place to affect people's lives, but also to stop and help people get out of deprivation and poverty. And the functions that social policy has is, first of all, redistribution of wealth in a country. We have the protection from the vagaries of the markets and also the life-changing circumstances. And social policy also enhances the productive capacity of people and is concerned with the reproduction role, especially that falls on the burden of women on reproduction, and also has a role in enhancing social cohesion and nation building. In 2009, the continent had its first social policy framework, which was the Africa Union Social Policy Framework. That's what it was called. It was actually a harmonized social policy that brought in different aspects of the subject. So there was health, education, social protection, housing, and so on. And it was anchored on norms of equality and solidarity. I think those are very key fundamental norms that then grounded the policy, and also was rooted in local history and a strong ideational grounding. And it focused on building a society in Africa that's centered on solidarity and one that sought to promote dignity. But then the policy never took off. It never took off as such. First of all, it was not implemented fully. It was internally, the AU did not have the mechanism to be able to follow on the progress of implementation at country level. It lacked a conceptual framework, and also there was lack of structures by member states to follow the progress. But one reason why it never gained popularism among the member states is because the whole social policy agenda was subverted by a cash transfer agenda. I'm sure in many countries now in Africa, we all have cash transfers going on. And so what happened is there was a very strong push by international organizations, the World Bank, UN organizations, UNICEF, and so on, which subverted the whole agenda and brought it back into a single instrument, the cash transfer. And that's what most countries now are implementing as a social policy, as their key social policy instrument. And later there has been attempts at the African level, which is, it's called the Protocol to African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of citizens, on social protection and social security. This was in 2022. And this is actually basically a watering down of the SPF, the AU SPF, because it has stuck on the single agenda of social protection, which is not anchored on any norms of, for instance, solidarity and equality and so forth. But the greatest challenge is this is where it is domiciled, because it is domiciled at the Commission for African Charter on Human Rights, which doesn't have the capacity to follow on social development issues. And still also, it faces the same dangers of not being implemented as the AU SPF was. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, Marion. I'll now go to Dr. Kizito. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, moderator, and welcome participants. I'm going to speak to 3 concepts that are related. First, the notion of African solutions to African problems, how it relates to external interests, and located within the concept of African agency. But I'll also, all this is framed within the peace and security in the Horn of Africa. and therefore I'll end by giving examples to demonstrate that. The first point I'm making is that if the African agency is partly defined as the capacity of the African states and other stakeholders to actively influence global affairs, then the notion of African solution to African problems either directly or indirectly speak to this. And I argue that actually the notion which is domiciled or grounded within the whole efforts of unity and making Africa self-sufficient in some of these issues provides to some extent the philosophical basis upon which the African agency is grounded. The quest for being able to tackle our own problems using our own resources and without undue influence from external sources is one of the underlying philosophies of the African unity. External actors come in because of the rationality that for a long time some of the interventions have been negative. And I look at external actors at various levels. Probably the most important level that most of us look at is really those extra-regional players. However, I want to pose that probably we forget sometimes the destructive nature of regional players who, in one way or another, intervene or distract peace and stability in some of the neighboring states. And I think in this case, DRC is a good example where not only we have the international regional connections, all of them converging to blunder the resources of DRC Congo, but explicitly making it difficult to resolve the DRC problem. And therefore, the regional and extra-regional interests provides the link to the notion of African solution to the African problems in the quest for the African agency, in the sense that one of the things we are saying is that we are assuming that if we had our own solutions to our own problems, then these extra-regional interests will not count. However, I also want to challenge the participants here to think deeply on the fact that assume the African nations and states are able to have the resources to deal with their own problems and their solutions. Will that end the interests question in Africa? Will they also be as destructive as the external interests? I think that is a question to ponder about. Few examples can exemplify this, particularly in the Horn of Africa, on the question of peace and security. And I just want to go back a little bit on the peace process in Sudan, the process that ended the long-standing conflict between SPLM and the government of Khartoum. Almost 70% of that process was financed by the West. South Sudan in 2013 when it broke out, when the crisis broke out there, almost 70% of the peace process, both in Addis and in Nairobi, was purely financed by the West. Talk about the peace enforcement, and I'm very sure there are colleagues here from regional organizations. Look at the AMISOM in Somalia, moving to ATMIS, and now the stabilization mission. Who is funding this? The EU has been funding the AMISOM for a long time with very huge resources. Today, we cannot stand and say we can really finance even the stabilization mission. Sudan today, African Union has tried, IGAD has tried, and many other countries have been there. But the problem continues. Who finances those Middle East peace processes? The Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. Where is the African Union? And where is IGAD? And probably I want to conclude by saying that the issue of African solutions to African problems links directly to issues of interests, both regionally and extra-regional, and this explains the philosophical context in which the African agency is grounded. Thank you.
This is fine. Let me also make So I'd prepared as well to speak for a few minutes on the case study of IGAD, now that we are also in the context of looking at African agency. So I'll spend a few minutes and then allow my colleague to round off, and then we can open the discussion. So for this paper, I looked at building peace in South Sudan, looking at IGAD's contributions and challenges, especially from the 2013 period and to the present. So in summary, also what Dr. Kizito has spoken about, peace in South Sudan has remained elusive for a bit of time. Yet, when it comes to regional conflict management, we always, of course, go back to entities, such as IGAD in this region. And so IGAD has, of course, was very successful to the resolution of the conflict between Sudan. Sorry. So IGAD was instrumental, of course, with the support of external actors, the Troika, for example, in resolving initially the South Sudan, or the Sudan question, and of course the eventual secession of South Sudan. But 2 years later, after the independence, a couple of challenges emerged, and so this paper, the larger paper, is looking at the successes and of course the challenges. In terms of the successes, you'd say that the interventions that initially halted the conflicts after December 2013, and of course the other interventions that came with power sharing and approaches like that, were useful in stabilizing this conflict. Of course, conflict reopened again in 2016. And then in 2018, there was the revitalized peace agreement on South Sudan, and I believe that's the context in which we are in. And so one could say that IGAD has attempted to make particular interventions. One could also say that these agreements have been, in one sense, elite-driven. So if you're thinking from the political settlement kind of theory, stabilization would need to come from, pacifying the elites and giving them positions. But of course, that also opens other challenges about, how do you, rebuild a state that is in conflict? How do you go beyond the elites? They're important, and all the interested actors. Yes, IGAD has specific norms that also constrain its working, institutional norms and structures. This could range from the respect for sovereignty, so sometimes it is seen as reluctant in responding to some of these questions of territorial integrity, non-interference, and so on. But also one important conversation we should also have around African agency as well, and I think that was also alluded in the keynote this morning, is whether institutions like IGAD have established structures for peace operations and military options, for example. So is it just end at the point of preventative diplomacy? So in terms of moving forward, and again in the interest of time, again, I think one of the ways to overcome some of these challenges when it comes to building peace is to think about economic integration. So, what is it that you do beyond political settlement? How do you think about questions of, economic integration, questions of transitional justice, and so on? And then, of course, institutionalizing key questions that would determine a state, would work well. Security sector reforms is important, transitional justice. There's also the expectation recently that at the end of December 2024, that South Sudan was to hold elections, but that has also been postponed, now leaving a little dilemma about how peace, eventual peace will be found in the context of South Sudan. So I just thought I would bring a few conversations to the table around, how these regional mechanisms are operating with, opportunities and challenges. But we can open this to further discussions at the end of this. So now let me invite Dr. Nicholas Minde to speak for 5 minutes, and then we can open the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. John. And my name is Nicodemus. I'm often confused. They call me Nicholas, but I've just come to accept that. But you can just call me Nico, in short. It's fine. But where I come from in Tanzania, we have a saying, penye wengi hapaharibiki jambo, which means wherever there's a congregation, everything will be well. And I think this is a good congregation for us to really discuss. We know sometimes academics sometimes can a bit be very theoretical, sometimes very abstract, but I think it's also a good way of organizing knowledge anyway. Today I'm going to be speaking about the East African Community Regional Force and its intervention in Eastern DRC. And early this morning in the lecture given by Professor Kadiagala, he spoke about the role of regional organizations and institutions in building this form of agency. And for me, I look at these regional interventions such as this ICRAF, what we call the East African Community Regional Force, as a shift away from traditional peacekeeping to a more regional proactive approach. Of course, it has had its challenges, and this is what I'll be speaking about. But for me, I think such shifts or such institutions, or the ICRAF, for example, really gives a new perspective to regionalized interventions. Of course, there have been a number of them in the recent past, but I want to speak more about this particular regional force. For us, for a bit of background, in 2022, in what was called the Nairobi process, led by Kenya under the auspices of the East African Community, came up with this regionalized intervention force, what was known as the ICRAF. And it was in response to the conflict that has been happening in Eastern DRC for quite some time. And of course, for a little bit of background, we know that conflict in the eastern part of DRC has been persistent due to armed groups such as the M23, which has affected both the DRC and neighboring countries. And these efforts by the ICRAF and the East African Community again was in response again to DRC joining the East African Community in 2022. So this was a form of regionalized intervention that would help resolve the conflict in the eastern part of the DRC. So this ICRAF force was formed again by members of the East African Community countries, with troops being contributed from Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, Uganda, but somehow Tanzania participated in the process but eventually did not send troops. And there are reasons for that, which we may not want to get into them right now. So in terms of theoretical explanation to all this, as an academic, again, I tend to have used the regional security complex theory, which has been developed by security theorists Buzan and Weaver, which offers some form of analysis of how interconnected security issues have an impact on neighboring states, which sometimes necessitates interdependence and collaborations. So once security really impacts the security of a neighboring state, especially in a very regionalized context such as this very turbulent region that the East African community, or the East Africa and the Great Lakes region. So in terms of the actors who are in this complex web of conflict, we know of DRC regional actors such as Rwanda, which has oftentimes been accused of supporting the M23 rebels. But again, we can see that it's not just these two countries that are in some sort of confrontation. It has also drawn other actors, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and of course it now brings this very complex web of both state and non-state actors. But that notwithstanding, so the ICRAF was sent to Eastern DRC, led by the Kenyan contingent, but again it faced a number of challenges. First, because of its ambiguity in terms of its mandate, poor coordination, especially you find that there's been a multiplicity of interventions from MONUSCO, the FRDC itself in DRC is also been involved in all this, but there is also differing national interest among the member states. And of course, later on, DRC opted not to renew the mandate of ICRAF. What therefore are the implications for regional security and integration? We find that in as much as I've mentioned in my introductory remarks, that ICRAF represented a step towards institutionalized security cooperation in East Africa, it failed to achieve these unified goals due to various national priorities of these member states, including Rwanda and Kenya. But again, there is also external actors, the likes of China, Western states also, who continue to play a critical role in that. So, as I conclude, what can we draw around the theme of African agency in view of ICRAF intervention in Eastern DRC? Yes, that I've said that ICRAF, and now we also have the SAMI DRC, which represents some form of a shift from the traditional peacekeeping operations to a more regionalized proactive approach. I believe this could also be an important step towards dealing with these issues that are affecting regional specific areas such as the East African regional context, which can really be of help in terms of intervening in this conflict. Yes, it failed, but it was also able to achieve a number of successes. But again, we saw political interference, geopolitical complexities really affecting the success of this regional force. Thank you very much.
Very much to all the a bit of echo. I'll keep going. I don't want to out at your ears, so that's why I'm being sensitive. So we've had good discussions here around peace, security, and development, looking at different actors within the room. At least the three papers from this side are looking at, the place of African agency, looking at case studies, IGAD, looking at the East African community, but also, probing broader questions that were, advanced in the keynote this morning, the question of African agency. And of course, there's a sense in there's a sense in which these papers are, of course, evaluating the successes of these regional mechanisms when it comes to peace, security, and development, but also highlighting different challenges, key among them, of course, being questions of national interest, questions of sovereignty, but also the other external hand that sometimes we don't get to see in the room, the extra-regional actors, and how they're implicating the achievement of peace, security, and development. There's also the conversation around social policy, which also speaks to questions of social protection. So at the domestic level, what is the value of social protection, and also at the regional level to ensure that as people develop, then there can also be peace. Given the timelines we have, we would like to open the floor for a couple of discussions. I believe we have about 10 minutes now to wind up everything. So I'm opening the floor for any questions or comments you may have on this panel. We can take 2 or 3 at a go. Okay. And please keep them short.
Thank you so much to the panel. Just a quick one in terms of really supporting the discussion on social policy and the concern that social protection has been used to mask the fact that African governments are not investing in social services. And so maybe I didn't get quite clearly, I'm an advocate, so I always look at, we have some evidence. What is the recommendation that, how do we put center stage social policy? Because a lot of African countries are reliant on external financing for their basic social services, and that is a total vulnerability. And then, Dr. Nico, thank you so much. What I didn't hear is when you're looking at, you're calling it ICRAF, and excuse my ignorance on this is a new area for me. These countries in the East African community are part of the interested parties in the source of the conflict, which is the resources. So we have a new scramble, or maybe I should ask, do we have a new scramble for resources? And how does the East African community, this part of which we've talked about the neo-patrimonial interests, so those people around the table negotiating to go and rescue DRC have interests, and we've had that, at least on the Kenyan side. We know there's a lot of political interest in the resources. So how, in your research, how have you dealt with the issue of political interest within the community, and maybe the rush to get DRC into the EAC, even when some of the conditions it needed to meet were not met, maybe those also had an interest. So maybe that, for me, it didn't come out quite clearly. Thank you.
Is there another one? No?
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Nicodemus. Thank you. I was really interested with your presentation on regional organizations and intervening on peace and security issues. You raised a question on the new regional or regionalized theory developed by Barry Buzan and Ole Weaver. Please tell me, to what extent do you think the rise and proliferation of new regionalism, new regional bodies, which take the forms of ad hoc security organizations such as the G5 Sahel or the multilateral joint tax in the Lake Chad Basin, and even in the intelligence field, we have new regional bodies that are rising to respond to the new security challenges, because we know that these traditional regional bodies were created in order to respond to regional security bodies were created in order to respond to the oil crisis that the African countries had in their post-independent period. So since 2000, 2001, there is a rise of new security challenges. And how, to what extent does these new regional bodies challenge the old security bodies in responding to peace and security in the African continent?
Thank you. Are we missing any question from this side? No? Okay. We'll allow the speakers to respond. Marion, would you like to go first?
Thank you so much for the question. And I'll go back to history in responding to your question, how do we center? And looking at the post-independence era when African governments then went out and actually invested, made huge expenditures in social policy interventions like education, health, and so on. And so that vision is what we need to return back to, yeah? Because the vision was lost along the way due to a couple of reasons. We get after independence, and then there is huge investment in building the capacity of people, of citizens by countries. You see that across Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and so on. And then we get to a place of structural adjustment programs, and the state is forced to roll back there's the rollback of the state, and the state is asked to be a night watchman state, to create an enabling environment for markets to operate, basically. And that's where we start losing the vision of social policy and social development in Africa. And this is forced onto the continent by external agencies and World Bank and so forth. And then we have another area where we're feeling a bit more of the state in terms of investment in education. We have free primary education and so forth. And right now, Africa finds itself in what I call structural adjustments 2.0, a choiceless democracy, what Thandika Mkandawire called a choiceless democracy, where you have elected governments, but due to the place they find themselves in, a place of debt, crippling debt for many countries, then you have the World Bank and the IMF dictating once more what kind of social policy they want to see in these countries. And we are feeling the rollback of the state once more, yeah? And so there is a vision that was sown post-independence of a nationalistic state, an interventionist kind of state, which has been lost over the years, and the rollback is continuing. What do we know? How do we need to get back there? First of all, policy making is really a sovereign national process, and African countries and the continent needs to come to the place of policy autonomy and policy sovereignty, that they can determine what kind of policies work for them, that are relevant for its people in terms of social policy. We can't have social policy instruments that are individualistic, for instance, cash transfers which are very individualistic, social policy that is very market-oriented, and what it does is actually, it creates a lack of cohesion, But then Africa has to be able to fund its own social development and social policy. The moment you have somebody who's supporting, who's putting in money in whichever way, whether NGOs, through NGOs, the UN agencies who are supporting the social policy architecture of any country, then Africa will never, countries, the member states will never have the policy sovereignty and the kind of policies that they desire. But the vision was sown, and so there is hope to that. I think those of us who are born a bit early, we remember when we could go to hospitals, government hospitals, and you would get treatment, yeah? I know now, and you would not pay a single thing. People don't, maybe younger people do not remember, but there was a time when you would go to hospital. I would go to hospital and I wouldn't pay anything. There was public schools which were really free, you know, and that, and I think at a thinking level, we've been made to think that we cannot get back to that, but we need to come back to that vision and tap into it to build our social policy architecture.
Minde?
Thank you so much, and I think these questions can also be responded also to from my colleague here, Dr. Kizito. Thank you, Anjiro, for that, for those questions about, you know, the political interests that these such interventions find themselves in. And for sure, and I'm speaking about these actors and both state and non-state actors, we see that the motives and influences vary, and they really influence the security landscape in the very countries that they want to intervene in. You have spoken about the new scramble. This is something that is pretty much spoken in undertones about what role probably Rwanda plays in that particular conflict. And of course, your guess is as good as mine. And of course, it has really impacted the stability and cohesion of regional efforts, which is a big challenge. And probably we could also end up by saying that the failures of ICRA for DRC so that it is fit maybe to move towards the Southern African interventions, and that's why in December last year we saw an intervention by the SADC mission, the SAMI DRC, which was made up of composed by countries in the south, including now Tanzania, which joined Malawi and South Africa. So you can understand some of those regional geopolitical dynamics. On the question raised by my brother here about the changing nature of these regional organizations, without a doubt, I will tend to agree. The earlier formation of these regional organizations were either based on political or economic perspectives, but we are seeing more and more security aspects are becoming an issue, and of course the dynamics are also changing, and you have cited you know, the G5 in the Sahel, and then the Lake Chad Basin, and this complex regional security complex theory, probably that's one of its deficiencies in trying to understand new security dynamics, which are ever evolving. What therefore can these regional economic communities do? Most of them have peace and security protocols or components which continue to be improved or amended to reflect these new challenges, and I think by doing so it will be important to respond more effectively to these new security dynamics.
In the interest of time, we will wrap it at this point. We had 45 minutes to deliver this, but we're happy to engage a little further in the discussions. So please join me in thanking the panelists on this side. Thank you. And Bob, back to you.
Thanks very much, colleagues, and I think that was quite, again, the running thread here is that we were ambitious in trying to squeeze in many topics within short hours, but I think our colleagues have been very effective in distilling the key ideas from the long papers, the extensive research they have done into a couple of minutes. And I think the running thread, again, throughout this session has been that we are not just a talk shop, we have a program of action. And so you are going to see some of these papers in one form or shape, you know, either through some virtual engagement or publication, either the entire paper or what is now called impact publishing, which is that you distill a short piece out of a very academic abstract paper so that the public can also consume and understand. And in fact, that then helps us to segue quite nicely into the next speaker, and this is Ms. Sandra Macharia. She is the director of the United Nations Information Service. Most welcome, Sandra Macharia, and a warm welcome to her. I will be remiss not to say this. I've known Sandra since the early 2000s because we are all media colleagues. So when I was looking around for who to represent the entire UN system, I was like, oh no, Sandra fits the bill. And I think my colleagues from the media and communication space will attest to this. But over to you. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. And good afternoon, everybody. And a huge thank you to the panel just before that. That was quite interesting. Thank you. I learned a lot. And then about impact publishing as well. So thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is an honor for me to address you at this Amplifying African Voices for Strategic Action Conference. I would like to start by thanking the organizers, to Bob as well, for inviting me to be part of this conversation that is dear to me as a former journalist, but also because it's what I try to do in my current professional life. As he mentioned, my name is Sandra Macharia, and I'm the director of the UN Information Service here in Nairobi, which is part of the UN's Department of Global Communications. And as a department, we aim to tell the UN story across multiple platforms, both digital and traditional, to build support for the aims and work of the organization. And through our global operations and offices in 60 countries, we reach millions of people with trusted, objective information and an inclusive message that enables the public, civil society, private sector, and member states to engage in the work of the United Nations writ large. And so the United Nations Service, Information Service that I lead is one of three, the other two being in Geneva and Vienna. Those are the other UN headquarters outside of New York. And we, at the UN office at Nairobi, we are the only UN headquarters in the Global South, and we invite you to visit us at our beautiful campus out in Gigiri if you have some time, and you can find us online. It's a beautiful campus. Now, on to the business of the day, on the UN's communications mechanisms, alongside our aspirations for enhancing African representation in global conversations. So, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here this Friday, barely 6 weeks since world leaders, heads of state and government, convened at the UN headquarters in New York for the once-in-a-generation Summit of the Future, where they adopted the Pact for the Future and its two annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. And I would like to acknowledge any Namibians and Germans in the room, because together Namibia and Germany served as the co-facilitators of the year-long negotiation process on the Pact for the Future. Now, through this pact, leaders set out a clear vision for a multilateralism that can deliver on its promises, that is more representative of today's world and draws on the engagement and expertise of governments, civil society, academia, and other key partners. And it is a roadmap for a renewed multilateral system designed to meet the demands of today, the aspirations of tomorrow, and speaks to what we want to achieve for our future generations. And so how did we get here, ladies and gentlemen? As you know, and this was alluded to, I think, in the panel before, that the United Nations and other international financial institutions were founded in 1945 at the end of the Second World War, and we know that the world has changed significantly since then. The United Nations turns 80 next year, and when it was established, it had 51 member states. Kenya and many of our own countries did not exist at the United Nations then. Today, there are 193 member states. We have also seen that global problems are moving faster than the institutions designed to solve them, whether it be the climate crisis or conflicts and violence. We have unmet climate financing commitments. And we all recall the challenges that Africa faced in accessing vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID also saw a regression in the progress we had made towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The global extreme poverty rate rose for the first time in over 20 years because of COVID. And the impact of the pandemic on schooling was referred to as a generational catastrophe, right? I'll say that again. The impact of the pandemic on schooling was referred to as a generational catastrophe. Further, we face new challenges or opportunities, such as the rapid development of artificial intelligence. In 2021, against the backdrop of a fraying multilateralism, the United Nations Secretary General was requested by member states to share his vision for the future of global cooperation, how we can address current and future challenges, manage the risks, and take advantage of opportunities. This process culminated in the Summit of the Future that I mentioned this past September, aimed at building trust and an opportunity to reboot international collaboration fit for the 21st century. As the Secretary General has said several times, we cannot create a future fit for our grandchildren with a system built for our grandparents. And so what did the summit achieve? Noting our topic today, here are some highlights. First, the most progressive and concrete commitment to Security Council reform since the 1960s, with plans to improve the effectiveness and representativeness of the Council, including by redressing the historical underrepresentation of Africa as a priority. The entire pact is designed to turbocharge implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the pledge to leave no one behind. We also saw the most detailed agreement ever at the United Nations on the need for reform of the international financial architecture so that it better represents and serves developing countries, several of our own included, through greater say in decision-making in these institutions and mobilizing more financing from multilateral development banks to help developing countries meet their development needs. Strengthening the global financial safety net to protect the poorest in the event of financial and economic shocks, such as the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. Accelerating measures to address the challenge of climate change, including through delivering more finance for adaptation and investing in renewable energy. Improving how we measure human progress, going beyond GDP to capturing human and planetary well-being and sustainability. On digital cooperation, the Global Digital Compact is a commitment to design, use, and govern technology for the benefit of all. This includes commitments by world leaders, including yours, to connect all people, schools, and hospitals to the internet, anchor digital cooperation in human rights and international law, make the online space safe for all, especially children, through actions by governments, tech companies, and social media. And, historically, to govern artificial intelligence with a roadmap that includes an international scientific panel and a global policy dialogue on AI. Finally, on youth and future generations, we saw the first ever declaration on future generations with concrete steps to take into account future generations in our decision making, and a commitment to more meaningful opportunities for young people to participate in the decisions that shape their lives, especially at the global levels. Ladies and gentlemen, all these issues touch upon Africa in one way or another. As you know, and has probably been referenced here already, Africa is the youngest continent with a median age of about 19, but we also know that that massive cohort of youth will, in time, age. According to the World Bank, by 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. Initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area and the Protocol on the Free Movement of Persons are stated aspirations of people on this continent. And our friends at the GSMA tell us that mobile penetration in sub-Saharan Africa will reach 50% by 2030, and that the price of smartphones, while still currently prohibitive, is coming down. All of this is at the forefront of our minds as we begin to think about implementation of the Pact for the Future. Work that will take all of us, governments, civil society, academia, private sector, both young and old people. And so it is against this backdrop of accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals that my department, the Department of Global Communications, has been leading work on information integrity. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we initiated the Verified campaign as a response to the escalating challenge of misinformation and disinformation. Verified worked with fellow UN agencies, influencers, civil society, businesses, and social media platforms to disseminate reliable information widely. Its outreach extended globally with a significant focus on multiple languages to ensure broad accessibility. A follow-up campaign, Pledge to Pause, hashtag Pledge to Pause, encouraged people to pause before sharing unverified information. This campaign reached millions of people around the world and helped reduce the spread of harmful misinformation and building public awareness around the importance of information integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, misinformation and disinformation affect all our work at the United Nations. And by the United Nations, I mean you too. It threatens progress on the issues we work on, be it peace, human rights, or climate action, every single one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. For example, gender-based hate speech and disinformation seek to silence women and push them out of the public sphere. This can jeopardize hard-won progress on SDG 5 on gender equality. Coordinated disinformation campaigns to undermine climate science, create doubt, and target scientists and journalists endanger progress on SDG 13 on climate action. Misinformation and disinformation also affect our own operations on the ground. In peacekeeping, for instance, in a recent survey, 75% of UN peacekeepers said that misinformation and disinformation impacted their safety and security. In a recent global UN staff survey, 80% of respondents said harmful information endangers them and the communities they serve. So as a resource for member states ahead of the Summit of the Future, the Department of Global Communications developed the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity, a framework for coordinated international action to make information spaces safer and more humane. The principles are the result of wide-ranging consultations with member states, the private sector, youth leaders, media, academia, and civil society. Some of you in this room may have participated in the consultation we held in Nairobi last December on these principles. The principles recommend action by different actors, including technology companies, artificial intelligence actors, advertisers and other private sector actors, news media, academia, researchers and civil society organizations, states and political actors, and the United Nations. The importance of information integrity is highlighted in the Pact for the Future and in more detail in the Global Digital Compact sections on information integrity and digital trust and safety, which see convergence in vision with the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, while the adoption of the Pact by member states marks significant progress, its true success depends on how we bring these global commitments to life at the local level. Here in Kenya, for instance, we are working with different stakeholders, including government, civil society, and private sector, to raise awareness about the Pact and promote its implementation. I am sure that you'll be hearing from your own government officials, UN colleagues, and other stakeholders as countries begin to plan for how they will implement the Pact in your respective countries. We invite you to engage with the Pact and even convene your own conversations on these pertinent issues, whether in your institutions or even in intergenerational dialogues. This is a resource for the continent. This is for the present and the future. I invite you to remember that these are not just documents. These commitments are about rebuilding trust and impacting people's lives. People everywhere are hoping for a future of peace, dignity, and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close, I'm reminded of the words of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres during the Summit of the Future, and I quote, he said, "Our world is going through a time of turbulence and a period of transition, but we cannot wait for perfect conditions. We must take the first decisive steps towards updating and reforming international cooperation and make it more networked, fair, and inclusive now. We have unlocked the door. Now it is our common responsibility to walk through it. That demands not just agreement, but action. I challenge you to take that action," end quote. Let's get to work. And I wish you a successful rest of your conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I think another round of applause for Sandra. I think one of the key points she's pointed out is that the Pact for the Future was promulgated only 6 weeks ago. So it is very early days. Those of you who missed the SDG bandwagon and are in this room, you now know that it is time to launch straight into this, whether you want to do teaching, research, public engagement. And Sandra, I think, is a partner with UNIS, the United Nations Information Service, through whom we can tap into. But I think we start by reading the pact. I have read it. I don't know about you. So I think we might need to do that. But